Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the Medical Board of California's quarterly board meeting. While this meeting is being conducted with participating board members and staff at the Sacramento meeting location, this meeting is being streamed interactively using WebEx to allow for remote public comment in the same manner as recent meetings. Public comments for those who wish to speak will be heard for each agenda item for individuals attending in person and remotely. To be ready for remote public comment, we ask that you please ensure your comments can be heard clearly by being connected to the audio of this meeting through the proper method. If you're having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you're connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you do have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting using your device, please click the ellipsis button at the bottom of the WebEx application or the audio and video menu item at the top of the WebEx application, and then select Switch Audio. You will see an option to call in and will be provided with a telephone number, access code, and attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio via phone. Using the information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to the name you joined the meeting with. By using this method, if you're having audio problems with your device, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board meeting. Please see View Additional Meeting Information link on the first page of the meeting agenda for more information on connecting to the meeting and accessing the meeting materials. Thank you, President Hawkins. You can now start the meeting.
Some housekeeping. I want to ask all of us to please turn our mobile devices to silent. You may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They're using their devices to access board meeting materials that are in electronic format. If you're a member of the media and require assistance or information, please see Ali Shimbra. Ali, please raise your hand. Thank you. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. Government Code Section 11126.5 allows the board to remove people who willfully interrupt a meeting and to clear the room if order cannot be restored by removing or muting the disrupted people. We have a designated time on the agenda for public comment or items not on the agenda, and we'll ask for public comment on agenda items. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it's the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak on that item, please raise your hand or come forward and you will be recognized. This meeting is also being streamed via WebEx. Individuals attending the meeting remotely via WebEx will have an opportunity to provide public comment, and we've assisted by the host who will be facilitating the WebEx meeting. During each agenda item, the host moderating the WebEx event will activate the hand raising and Q&A feature of WebEx. I will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by raising their hands or entering yes in a Q&A window. The host will then call on individuals who indicated they wish to make public comment by name, provided by the individual, which may be a pseudonym. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual, and they'll have 3 minutes to make the public comment. But this time period may be reduced depending on the number of people who wish to speak, so that more people may be heard. The host will audibly announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the individual's time for public comment has elapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. During agenda item 2, public comment on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for the comment period. After 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda items. I want to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to allotted time or less. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law. We plan to end today's meeting by 5 p.m. Before beginning, I want to inform members and the public that the board lost a beloved staff member last week to cancer, Mr. David Roswinkle. David started with the board in August 2012 and was a well-respected and dedicated member of the enforcement team. To say that he would be missed is an understatement. We also send our condolences to his family and his friends. We also recently learned that Dr. Ronald Lewis, a former board member, passed away November 2023. Dr. Lewis was first appointed to the board in 2013, served into 2021. He was a committed board member who was dedicated to the board's mission. In honor of David Roswinkle and Dr. Ronald Lewis, I'd like to observe a 1 minute of silence. Thank you. I would like to call the meeting to order. Ms. Struthers, please call the roll.
Dr. Balat? Here. Dr. Dingra? Yes. Dr. Helzer?
Here.
Ms. Strong? Yes. Ms. Lawson? Here. Ms. Lubiano? Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Here.
Dr. Syed?
Here.
Mr. Watkins?
Yeah.
Dr. Yip?
Here.
Dr. Hawkins?
Here. Thank you. A quorum is present. I'd like to remind the members again that we'll be taking a roll call vote on all action items. Moving to agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda. Before I ask for public comment, I would ask individuals making comments to not discuss pending complaints, pending licensing applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communication, as they could provide information to the members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot comment on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to comments and decide whether they want a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goal or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until we get to that agenda item. Comment at this time is only for items not on the agenda, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. First, are there any public comments from those present in the hearing room? Welcome.
Hit the red button. Okay. Hi, I'm Dr. Melissa Chan, a dual-trained family medicine and psychiatry resident at the University of California, Davis, and I'm a proud member of the Committee of Interns and Residents of the SEIU. I'm calling to ask the medical board to change the mental health question on licensing applications so it encourages treatment. Resident physicians, like myself, are 4 times more likely to experience burnout and depression than other professionals. Yet 50% of resident physicians report reluctance to seek mental health treatment due to licensure concerns. I have seen this personally with my co-residents. I've had co-residents disclose to me their thoughts to end their life and their reluctance to seek care because of mental health stigma, which the mental health question on the licensing application perpetuates. We should not expect our physicians to carry these stressful burdens alone while wondering if having a mental health diagnosis will put them under greater scrutiny for the rest of their career. The alternative is stark. For example, Dr. Jing Mai, a graduate of UC Davis Medical School and an undergraduate classmate of mine, died by suicide as a first-year resident during medical training. And she is not alone. Suicide is the leading cause of death for male physicians and second leading cause of death for female physicians. We have been advocating for either remove this question or change the phrasing so that it encourages treatment. But the board has refused to take action. Even the current suggested course of action would require residents to wait 2 years. But with statistics as stark as these, we cannot wait 2 years. That is why we submitted a petition with signatures from all over the state calling for the medical board to take action. AB 2164 is a necessary measure that will protect physicians and providers alike. Patients deserve physicians who are well, and the only way to guarantee their wellness is to make it safe for them to get care. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen of the medical board, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Dylan Izasepa. I am here on behalf of my daughter, Niku Alice Izasepa, who died April 20th of 2021 and was delivered stillbirth April 21st of 2021. I was 40 weeks and 2 days pregnant. Here are key notes that I'd like to address. I was 39 years old. I was not treated nor considered a high-risk patient. My non-stress tests were no longer than 10 minutes, and I do not exaggerate. The last 4 weeks of my pregnancy, I had swelling and redness in my arm, 3 bouts of high blood pressure. I had diarrhea and sharp painful cramps. I addressed this multiple times with my doctor, and he reassured me they were only Braxton Hicks contractions. March 29th of 2021, I was 37 weeks pregnant. There was a concern I was leaking amniotic fluid. There were orders for my doctor to monitor me closely. 2 non-stress tests weekly and 1 AFI amniotic ultrasound weekly. My doctor signed those orders, but failed to follow through with those orders. April 19th of 2021, I was 40 weeks and 1 day pregnant. I went to my appointment and received a non-stress test, but did not receive an AFI ultrasound. The morning of April 20th, 2021, I went into labor. I could slightly feel Niku moving. I arrived at labor and delivery triage. There was no fetal heartbeat. It later was confirmed Niku had died. Niku died from an acute sepsis infection due to having 0 amniotic fluid. The autopsy also confirmed. She was delivered April 21st of 2021. Again, I was 40 weeks and 2 days pregnant, and I also contracted her infection. My husband and I filed a lawsuit, and our case settled January of 2024. There is a concern we came across in pretrial that I'd like to address today. The term standard level of care. The defendant's expert witness, who's also a doctor and a professor, claims the standard level of care is only a guideline that does not need to be followed by a doctor. A doctor can use it to make decisions based on his or her discretion, which to me, in my opinion, she admitted my doctor did not follow the standard level of care. And because of that, it cost Niku her life. I am here today requesting policy change and forcing this standard level of care. Rules need to be followed, even by doctors, and there must be consequences if they are not followed. My hope is to prevent this from happening to other families, and they never have to experience the pain and trauma that we endured. That is all the time I have. I'm looking forward to answering any questions, and again, thank you so much for having me here today.
Good morning. God bless everyone, and may we all stay blessed. Romans 8:28 tells us, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Firstly, a potential unlicensed physician who, if you look at the dark web, you find that he was not licensed at the time that he misdiagnosed my husband, Reverend Ravel M. Tweedle. The doctor diagnosed COVID instead of a head concussion, didn't treat him for that. He had sustained from the fall, and one of the autopsies report concluded no COVID present, no acute pneumonia, but he did not treat him for the head injury. I want to know how I can receive report on the doctor's diagnosis for Reverend Ravel M. Tweedle and how board findings support conclusion. Then how can I receive medical board assistance with the diagnosing of a head concussion to unsupported COVID diagnosis, as my mother-in-law's and her information is all tied up because of the fact that they have the wrong diagnosis, even for his insurance. Okay, and they've had insurance on them forever. Dr. Tweedle always had insurance on the kids. Anyway, and how the board finding support conclusion. Then how can I receive medical board assistance with misdiagnosing of the head concussion to an unsupported COVID diagnosis and irrational prescribing of medication and forensic DNA, given the lengthy loss of the brain over a month, plus the immense peculiarities in weight gain and loss of all the organs, etc., between autopsies. I'm requesting help to receive the medical board transcripts on the findings and inquiry conducts to reach the conclusion for those findings, including medical records utilized and any research conducted. If name of examiner is redacted, that is not a problem. I have been referred to as being the public when requesting information about the findings on my own husband's information, and the board could have done nothing in this regard without me as the next of kin, allowing the board to obtain the records. Secondly, why did the Department of Justice Medical Initial Review Board inquiry into the two pathologists who are medical doctors that continued the misdiagnosis and misnomers of the original doctor, participating in other anomalies too? Then the medical board turns around and says they have no jurisdiction because the patient was not alive, as it was never any question as to whether pathologists work with dead bodies. Excuse me? So why would they have taken it as something to work on if they don't do anything to medical doctors that are pathologists? Now, I was told as a child by my parents, don't let anything or anybody steal your joy. So thank you, and we're going to rejoice. And again, I say rejoice, amen. But please get me some information because we're trying to get him buried after 2 years. Thank you. That was a lot to swallow, so going on. As that was a lot to swallow, I just gave a copy of what I had to say to ready, so you're back. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Medical Board of California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dr. Ignacio Santana, and I'm here to build upon concerns that I shared in my letter to you on March 1st of this year. Due to health issues that I suffered while I was in a malignant residency program, I was unfairly placed on a restricted probationary license by the board. Restrictions include no supervision of NPs and PAs, maintenance of certain number of clinical hours of clinical practice in California, regularly attending therapy, and yearly probation fees of over $6,000. But what has affected me and my family the most is that I'm finding it nearly impossible to find a job because I can't fulfill the basic functions expected of me as a physician due to these restrictions. I've struggled to gain employment ever since completing my residency in occupational environmental medicine at UCSF this past December. Before completing residency, I signed a contract with a health system named Concentra. in Fresno, then moved my partner, Tiffany, and our 2 children to our new home. On the day that I was supposed to start my new job, I learned that the offer was rescinded due to restrictions on my license. And these restrictions have subsequently barred me from securing any other clinical position that satisfied the license's practice requirements. So I reached out to the board immediately after. I was honest about my situation, and for the sake of my family, I begged the board for help in finding another clinical position or appealing my probation or relieving the growing cost of my probation. And unsurprisingly, he had little to offer. Accompanying me is Tiffany, who will share the profound impact that this has had on our young family. But in short, the punitive nature of the board's restrictions plus the loss of my livelihood have forced us into debt, including probation dues of over $12,000 that we can't afford at the moment. Plus, put us at risk of eviction, has led to an overall decline in our health and well-being. And the worst part is that while my license requires that I continue clinical activity, probation itself makes it impossible for me to find a job, and thus puts me in violation of this provision, further extending my probationary period. So despite bringing this repeatedly up to your attention, I get the impression that you just don't care. So I pose the following questions to you all. If this is really about protecting consumers and training better doctors, why focus on punishment more than rehabilitation? Why impose restrictions without proper due process? And more importantly, why ignore us when we plead for your help? The board has received significant criticism in the last few years for not doing enough to protect patients, but this heavy-handed approach doesn't absolve you of those criticisms. The current probationary process that you have is broken. It gives the impression that the board is more concerned about generating revenue from vulnerable individuals rather than prioritizing patient protection. So in order to have a system that is fair and equitable to us all, I urge the board to consider that current policies disproportionately affect those that are at the start of our careers struggling without financial stability, and instead adopt a more flexible and individualized approach to the process so that you can better support physicians while maintaining patient safety. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I'd like to invite my partner Tiffany up to share her comments.
Members of the Medical Board of California and members of the public, my name is Tiffany Graham, Dr. Santana's partner and the mother of our 2 children. When Dr. Santana applied for his license, I was pregnant with our first child. My pregnancy rendered me disabled, so Dr. Santana was our sole provider. We were living paycheck to paycheck when the medical board told Dr. Santana he would have a probationary license. I was struck with confusion and fear. Would he get kicked out of UCSF? Would I lose health insurance for myself and my baby? Would we be evicted? Would we be able to even afford food? During the year-long process that included a rejected appeal to the board, I gave birth to our first son, Atlas. What should have been happy moments were filled with anxiety as the future of our family was no longer secure. Every job offer was rescinded due to his license. I then had our second son, Orion. And again, our happy moment was clouded with fear. We had to choose between paying probation fees or feeding our family. To our relief, Concentra in Fresno offered Dr. Santana a job. I felt like I could breathe a sigh of relief, and I even dared to think that everything would be okay. That was until the contract was rescinded due to restrictions. I had been holding on to hope for years while surviving through 2 torturous pregnancies, living in a tiny cramped apartment with 4 people hundreds of miles away from anyone that I've ever known or loved, living paycheck to paycheck, not knowing what was next and barely scraping by, and then finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, but then having it cruelly extinguished right in front of me. Over these last few months, we have been scrambling to pay for our basic needs, forced to max out every credit card, withdraw every cent from our savings, and tap into the limited generosity of family and friends. Right now, we are at risk of being evicted and losing everything that we have worked so hard to secure. We've been separated from our children for weeks at a time while their grandparents assist us with childcare, as we cannot afford that. Our personal relationship has also been severely damaged. Our credit scores have dropped so significantly that it will affect everything we do for the foreseeable future. As a patient myself, seeing multiple physicians for health problems exacerbated by this situation, I agree that patient safety is important, but I would be heartbroken to hear that a good physician of mine was barred from practicing due to this inequitable approach that prevents competent physicians from treating patients. Dr. Santana excelled at his residency at UCSF, earning the praises of his attendings and other physicians he met along the way. I was personally witness to this. I admire his devotion to being a caring, competent, and knowledgeable physician. I've wanted to be a physician since I was a child, but that dream is in jeopardy because I cannot afford to pay for my schooling. And if this is how you treat physicians, I'm hesitant to even become a doctor. This culture of everyone must struggle and eat the weak in medicine is wrong, and it is scaring aspiring doctors away. Contrary to popular belief, many doctors, especially residents, are not rich. They have enormous debt and families to provide for and do not get paid enough to fund the medical board. We are the families of these wrong physicians. We all have different circumstances to consider. We are not things for you to profit off of. We are struggling to keep our heads above water because of your decision. Be better. Please do better.
Thank you for your time. We are going to pass these out. We won't brought copies, unfortunately, but we ask that you pass them around. Please reach out to us if you find it appropriate. Thanks for your time.
Any other comments from the room? Thank you very much. Public comments on WebEx.
The hand-raising feature and the Q&A window open for anyone wishing to make a public comment. Please indicate so now. First up here, we have Tara Kittle. Tara, you should be receiving a prompt on your end. Tara, I'm going to try it one more time here. You should be receiving a prompt. You can approve on your end. There we go. Tara, are you there? If you have a secondary mic, you might have to mute that. Try it one more time here, Tara.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
We can now. Please go ahead. Oh, Tara, just unmute it one time and then leave it.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My first brief comment is I would love to see in the actual official minutes of the meetings the content of the comments from members of the public. Right now in the meetings of the minutes from the Los Angeles meeting, sometimes the content of the comments from the public are in the minutes and sometimes only the names are recorded. Recording comments from the public is an important part of the medical board meetings, and in the past, these comments were documented into the minutes. And for transparency of what happened during the meetings, when reviewing the minutes from the meeting, I think the actual content of what people say is important.
An agenda item, Ms. Kittle, this is related to an agenda item. Do you have a comment on items not on the agenda?
Okay. Yes, and my comment, I didn't realize that was, I'm sorry, but is that I would like the board to put on the agenda for a future meeting a discussion regarding the length of time providers are required to hold on to patient records. Currently, right now, I think the limit is 7 years, but we don't live in a world anymore where we have papers sitting in a warehouse. Now everything is documented in technology. So it would be great. And frankly, most providers, hospitals already do this. They already keep patient records for many years, but sometimes people develop chronic conditions over time and they need to go back to records from years ago. So it would be helpful if we could have a discussion and make this an agenda item in the future of how we can use technology to keep patient records. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up here we have Dr. Khadijah Lang. You should be receiving that prompt in here. Dr. Khadijah Lang, you should be receiving a prompt on your computer there to unmute your device. There we go. Looks like your line's open. Dr. Lang, if you have a secondary mute on your device, you might have to unmute that. I'm gonna go ahead and place you back on mute here. If you want to try switching over to a call-in line, we can try it again in a moment. Next up here, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, you should be receiving that prompt.
You hear me?
We can, Marion. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Marion Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. I'd like the board to review its policy of releasing accusations and doctor disciplines. This board used to release these lists routinely. At least 3 to 4 small email alerts, as they're called, were sent out each month. Consumers and reporters usually receive these board documents within a few weeks after they were signed. However, over the past year or so, the board has been remiss in releasing these disciplines and documents, except right before a quarterly meeting. So far this week, for example, you have sent out 3 email alerts. The same thing happened before the February quarterly meeting. However, except for one email, a brief one earlier this month, there were no other email alerts sent out between meetings. Sometimes it takes the board 4 or 5 months to post documents. This puts consumers at risk because they don't hear of these dangerous doctors through the website or news reports, and not everyone has access to the app. I urge you to be more consistent and timely with your release of documents and to address this issue at an upcoming agenda meeting at the next meeting. Since the board's mission is to protect consumers, giving them the information to protect themselves is part of your duty. Also, at a future meeting, even though there is mention of the iPhone app updates later today, could you also have an update on the phone app expansion? Consumers were initially promised that Android phones would be able to access the app in the future after the iPhone version was released. However, that never happened. Also, the app seems to go haywire whenever you go out of state. I know this firsthand. I've been out of state 4 times recently and got 32 notifications, 2 for each doctor on my app list when I land in a different state, then 32 more, all duplicates when I return, ergo 64 total notifications. It's a pain to go through and delete each one. But I found if I ignore them all for a week, they disappear. It's very odd, but it also confuses you when you do have an app, an actual notification. It's kind of, you see so many apps that you basically, so many notifications that you basically just start ignoring them. So I urge you to give us an update on the apps. Not every consumer can afford the latest iPhone, so it would be helpful if other phones could also access your app information. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Going back here to Dr. Kadisha Lang. Should be receiving that prompt again. A few more seconds here to see if you come off mute.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, I'm Dr. Khadijah Lang. I am the president of Golden State Medical Association, the California branch of the National Medical Association, and chair of Region 6 of the NA. On behalf of the National Medical Association and Golden State Medical Association, I would like to give commendations to Dr. Randy Hawkins for his tenure as president of the Medical Board of California, for the very extensive and comprehensive manner in which he has addressed the issues that have been brought forward during his time, as well as the fair-handedness with which he handled things. So on behalf of Golden State Medical Association, and thankful to serve. I'm not hearing you guys, so I don't know if you heard what I said.
Yes, we've heard your public comment.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we heard your public comment. Thank you very much. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any additional requests.
I want to thank everybody for their comments. Moving on to agenda item number 3, approval of minutes from the last board meeting. I want to remind everyone that the minutes are a summary of comments, but the full recorded meeting is posted on the board's website. Members, are there any corrections for the February 29th to March 1st,
Not sure
2024
if you're hearing
board
here.
meeting minutes?
I move we accept the minutes.
Any comments from the public present in the hearing room regarding the minutes? Please come forward.
That's it. I would like to comment that when you receive the minutes and you go over them, but then sometimes the people, the families who have been involved in the particular cases that came forward never get a chance to find out anything except a letter that says it did not come up to the requirement for whatever it is, you know. And so it is very important with the families to be able to find out what exactly you utilize in order to come up with the decisions that you come up with, because your meetings, when your panels are closed to even the families that are involved with the particular cases that you're looking at. Does that make any sense to anybody? That we need to know, if you were in a court of law, but then you would at least be able to hear what the other side said and how you came to the conclusion. But in this particular situation, it's in a closed, very protective situation. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand that while you're approving your minutes, something that happened to my husband was in those minutes, but I'm not allowed to see it. And that's not fair, because you wouldn't be allowed to see it if I hadn't shared it with you. So you need to share with me too. So y'all stay blessed. And I love you all, but it's just that I still feel like it's knuckleheaded to say, okay, well, we're not going to be able to deal with what happened to you because you're the public. All of a sudden, I became the public.
I believe you're off topic.
No, well, I mean, no, it's on it was about the minutes,
no,
you know.
The full board meeting minutes.
What, baby?
The full board meeting minutes.
The meeting minutes, and I'm
The
just
full
saying
board
to you
meeting
guys
minutes,
that we
right.
need to be able to know what it is that you had to say about us. And I'm not trying to be mean to you, Terry. I'm just, you know, I love coming even. You know, it gives me something to do. It's like missing the 99-cent store. You know, so I love you guys. But let us know what's going on. Thank you, baby.
Any other comments in the room about approval of the minutes on WebEx?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment can do so by raising their hand or using the Q&A window. First up here, we have Terry Kittle. Terry, you should be receiving that prompt again.
Thank you. Please do not approve these minutes. I used to attend the board meetings a long time ago. I was reviewing the minutes before this meeting. I was incredibly disappointed that only some of the public comments were summarized and some were not. So the meeting minutes should accurately reflect a summary of what was discussed and what happened. And these minutes do not reflect that. So it should say the person's name and then a brief summary of what the comment they made in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any additional requests.
Mr. Others, please call the roll.
Dr. Bolat? Yes. Dr. Dingra? Dr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Strong?
Abstain.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sy?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes. The February 29th to March 1st, 2024 board meeting minutes are approved. Moving to agenda item 4, President's Report. Good afternoon again and welcome. This will be my last report as president and as a member of the Medical Board of California. My tenure ends after 9 years when I term out on June 1st. I want to thank Governor Edmund Brown, who initially appointed me in 2015, and Governor Gavin Newsom reappointed me twice. I've been an active board member as a committee chair, co-chair of a task force. It's been an honor of service. It's been an honor to service to the citizens of California, including public advocates from whom I learned a lot. Has also been an honor to work with an extremely skilled, diverse, and dedicated group of board members. Our medical staff is intelligent, dedicated, and serves the board's mission. It too has been an honor and pleasure to work alongside staff the past 9 years. The past 3 years, however, have been particularly challenging, and staff has been unwavering in support. I've met regularly with staff leadership, including the executive director, assistant director, our legislative, licensing, and legal analysts. As vice president, I work closely with President Christina Lawson, who navigated this board through COVID-19 challenges and sunset. Through my presidency, I also work closely with Vice President Laura Lubiano. I want to briefly update you on some of the important activities of the Medical Board since our last meeting and my communication with interested parties. I have an ongoing education and mentorship with medical students, physicians in training, and those in practice. Among others, I emphasize medical practice in California has a privilege with responsibility. I created a public service lecture for the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Medical Association. The lecture provided background rationale for the use of a new vaccine, the respiratory syncytial vaccine, RSV for adults. I was a lecturer and panel participant in the Region 6 National Medical Association Conference, April 26th, April 28th, 2024, near Denver, Colorado. My content included Med Board mission and discipline. On March 14th, I participated in a conference call with CMA leadership. Next, regarding task force appointment, the Medical Board will be reviewing the mental and physical health questions on the physician licensing application. Mr. Ko Jung and Dr. Tsai have enthusiastically accepted board positions on this task force. As part of this review, the board will be holding an interested party meeting in the future. Physician Assistant Board. I'm a governor-appointed member of the California Physician Assistant Board since 2020. I participated in its quarterly meetings March 4th and May 20th, 2024. Maternal mortality issues were presented and discussed at length at our medical board meeting in August 2023 in Bakersfield. I participated in an observership to the last Southern California Pregnancy Associated Review Committee meeting in April 19, 2024. The primary focus of the review is to work on the clinical side of preventable maternal death. These primarily involve the area of hypertension, infection, uncontrolled bleeding, and cardiovascular factors. Complex social issues are often present. This review, in my opinion, was a comprehensive, thoughtful, inclusive, respectful process. Multiple physicians were part of the review process, included specialists in the area of obstetrics, anesthesia, emergency room, pathology, and cardiology. Additional disciplines included social work, epidemiology, public health, and nurses. A new Central Valley California Pregnancy Associated Review Committee is being constituted and is accepting consumer advocates for a position. For more information, I refer you to the California Department of Public Health, cdph.ca.gov, and query CAPACR, where you'll find upcoming related events, toolkits, and collaborative organization. The Federation of State Medical Boards, FSMB, last met April 17th to the 21st, 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. FSMB provides comprehensive resources, data access, and legislative advocacy to advance and promote the work of state medical boards and supports the national interconnected health care environment. I participated remotely as a delegate on April 20th. My participation involved election of certain officers, voting on amendments to the bylaws, adoption of various positions, statements, guidelines, and resolutions. I refer you to the FSMB website for details at fsmb.org. The Southern California HIV Consortium, I'm a regular participant in the Southern California HIV Consortium. It meets every 1 to 2 months and discusses various topics related to the evaluation, treatment, and prevention of HIV disease. Finally, I continue to participate in Food and Drug Administration advisory committees as a consumer representative. My involvement is next scheduled for the vaccine-related advisory committee on June 5th, 2024. The committee will discuss updates in coronavirus epidemiology and next steps for a coronavirus vaccine. This ends my report, and I want to thank everybody who's been supportive of me and my efforts to be of service to the medical board and citizens of California. Thank you very much. Are there board member comments?
Great job, Randy.
I second that.
Couldn't do it without everybody's support.
Thank you for your leadership and service on the board. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Okay. Questions or comments from members in the room? Public members in the room, sorry. Any public, oh, okay.
I'm going to say that when you see him away from here and he's at meetings and things.
Please use your mic.
He's a nice guy. He's a good person. I'm sorry, David. When you see him like over at the senior place or someplace, that he's still a nice person and he's personable and easy to talk to. So I just appreciate him as being a good, wholesome person. And thank you for all the time that you spent with everybody. God bless everybody. It's just a protection around you.
Comments on WebEx?
The hand-raising feature in the Q&A window open for anyone wishing to make a public comment. First up here, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, you should be receiving that prompt.
Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. We would like to thank Dr. Hawkins for his service to the board. We appreciate your meeting with us and your support of some of the issues important to the public and your support of the local mothers during the Bakersfield Medical Board meeting. We would also like to offer our condolences on the passing of Dr. Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for your public comment. Next up here, we have Monty Goddard. Monty, you should be receiving that prompt. Good afternoon, Monty. It looks like your line's open.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. My name is Monty Goddard. I wasn't planning on commenting, but I was moved by Dr. Hawkins' comments. And I worked as an interested party with Dr. Thorpe and Mr. Brooks and President Lawson at the time and Vice President Hawkins on the updating of the opioid prescribing guidelines. I want to thank Dr. Hawkins for his involvement in that, as with all of the others that I just mentioned. It was an exciting time and it was a hopeful time. What I've observed, though, is those guidelines have not gotten much traction. And I see the parties that were part of the process leaving the board. It's concerning to me. I see Mr. Brooks is no longer with us. And Dr. Hawkins, you said you'd soon be off the board. And I'd just like to, for your, and Executive Director Pacifica is no longer with us. All of those guys that, like yourself, that were very positive during that development process are leaving the board. And I'd just like to use the opportunity as you transition to pass that baton on to the remaining members and to the new board members that will be coming on board. It's an important thing the board accomplished. I and many others are grateful for it. Let's not let it just vanish into the ether. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, Dr. Hawkins, I don't see any additional requests.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Bullock?
Yes, so sorry. I wanted to just take a moment to thank you also, Dr. Hawkins. Underrepresented in medicine, you've been an amazing role model to so many in our local communities and nationally. So, and at the Federation of State Medical Boards and elsewhere, exemplary service. Thank you.
Well, thank everybody for their warm comments. They're much appreciated. The medical board, like a lot of entities, is one of service, and you can't get paid enough to do it, but you need to accept the responsibility and keep the moral compass to do what you're asked to do. So I view it as a service and a great opportunity to be able to have served on this board. Moving to agenda item 5, board member communications with interested parties. To the members, this is an opportunity to disclose any communication with interested parties related to agenda items. Do any members have any communications to report?
I had several inquiries about some licensing issues and which are being forwarded to the staff. Several doctors, a couple of them out of state reached out somehow. I don't know them. So that is all just about these issues, and I'm passing on to the staff. Other interaction I had is there were several doctors stuck in Gaza who went on a volunteer mission to Gaza to provide care over there. And I was reached out by so many people that they should get the easy passage out. And I reached out to a couple of board members to bring it on, but we were able to resolve this on State Department to get those people out, so everything is resolved. So I just wanted to say that we did talk about that. If that's not happening, then California physicians, we should raise a voice, but it's all taken care of.
Thank you.
If we're reporting similar to Dr. Mahmood, also have reached out on behalf of some physicians with their permission for the PTLs.
Any further comments from members? For those public in the room on WebEx?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can do so by raising your hand or using the Q&A window. We'll give everyone a few seconds to queue up. Not seeing any requests, Dr. Hawkins.
To agenda item number 6, the executive and management report. We're going to start with technology updates. Mr. Sean Eichelkraut.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. I'll make it pretty quick here. The attachment 6A in the packet there. The iOS 17 application development is almost complete. We'll be entering into testing soon and still on target for release for the second half of 2024. The LDS refresh to bring it up to date with our current website, the www.nbc.ca.gov website look and feel. That went in on March 18th. No issues with the release, so we'll be just removing this from the memo unless you guys request any statistics or anything from that in the future. As for the complaint tracking system, the Stage 1 business analysis documentation has been submitted to the Department of Consumer Affairs for review by the Office of Information Services. We hope to get the feedback from them soon and proceed with submitting that to the actual California Department of Technology. That's when we will get further decisions on how much project oversight would be required, if we'll just be doing quarterly reporting, or if we need to have any sort of dedicated oversight on that project and be coming up with a project time frame for you guys after that. In regards to the physician survey update, we're now up to a little over, as of last night actually, about 74% of our licensees have completed that physician, the new Healthcare Access and Information, HCI survey. Our old physician survey, prior to the launch of this survey, we were about 85%. So we're almost through our 2-year cycle when that went live just after July 1st of 2022. So I think it'll take a few months after that July 1st, just by the virtue of how our renewals go, for us to get fully through that 2-year cycle and get back to that 80 to 90% threshold. We'll never hit 100, just so you're aware, because although we ask newly licensed individuals in the email that they receive to go out and complete their survey, very few of them actually do. We want to, when we get all of the existing licensees all caught up, come up with a automated recurring process that will inform those that haven't completed the survey yet to go out there and do that, a little bit of a nag to get them to go out there and do that. So hopefully we can get more of those to do that. It's actually required as part of their renewal in Breeze when they're renewing online, so that's how we get most of the people to do it. So again, a few more months hopefully, and we'll be back up to the levels we were before then. A lot of researchers and people like to pull that physician survey public data and do research on it, so it'll be good to have a full data set again. With our wallet card generator, another 23,000 wallet cards have been generated by board licensees, just informational there to show trend. More and more people are using those online services. For docs, again, more users, schools, and programs have been added, more documents uploaded for individuals. You can see year over year that little chart that we provide there, that you see a little spike in between the June to August timeframe. We expect the one for 2024 to be bigger than the one in 2023, as obviously more and more programs and schools get onloaded or onboarded there. We'll also be looking here in the next few months about adding ways for schools and programs to upload documents directly for licensees just in general. This has to do with them uploading their, for existing licensees, their proof of completing their postgraduate training. So I think Maria might have a little bit more of an update on there, but we're just getting ready to start opening docs up and trying to add that functionality. And then finally, the complaint form redesign project for Breeze. The event that's been on hold on this report here for almost a year now, I want to say, while we were waiting for vendor resources on the Breeze project to become available. We've asked for enhancements, if you don't remember what the project was, to streamline the data being submitted by individuals online for their complaints. Not only will this make the online complaint form a lot more logical to the individual submitting a complaint, but it also save a lot of staff time on the back end in terms of manipulating that data to get it in the proper format for our complaint unit to then start looking into that complaint. So we look at it as a really good thing. Right now, all we know is that the vendor's engaged and actively working on it. Once the vendor's work has been approved by the Department of Consumer Affairs, then we'll be engaged to actually configure our applications in Breeze to use it. I expect that to probably be in the next 2 to 3 months. So hopefully by the next board meeting, we're have either launched or are knocking on the door of launching that new redesigned complaint form that will hopefully improve things for everybody and, like I said, save a lot of staff time. So that concludes my update. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy.
Thank you, Mr. Elgenschlag. We're going to have 2 additional reports, and then we'll take all questions and comments in the end. Next is licensing program summary, Marina O'Connor.
Good afternoon, board members. The licensing program has begun scanning all mailed documents into Breeze. This only includes the documents that are mailed, really only includes documents from international medical schools because for one reason or another, they're not able to use the doc system. But this does allow application documents to be accessible electronically at any time for staff and further eliminates the board's reliance on paper. We continue to work with FSMB on ways to further streamline the licensure process, such as accepting additional documents that are part of the Federation Credentials Verification Service profile, and are currently discussing the option with FSMB and DCA to pilot FSMB's API web service to allow the electronic transfer of files to Breeze. The licensing program also made some updates to its online applications, including adding a section for applicants to approve third parties to receive application information or act on their behalf during the application process, and adding a new question to the physician and surgeon license application to identify out-of-state applicants enrolling in a California ACGME accredited postgraduate training program that have 180 days to obtain a license. As some of you may remember, the law recently changed. They had 90 days to obtain a license. They now have 180 days. And this is going to allow us to identify who those applicants are so we can keep track of them better. It's a short update. That's all I have right now, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Next is enforcement.
I have a question.
We're going to do it at the end if we can.
Okay.
At the end, I'll answer questions.
Next is enforcement program and administrative summary. Mr. Varghese.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. I will start with the enforcement summary update. This is on, if you want to follow along, it's on agenda item 6B. So we'll start with the central complaint unit. The average complaint initiation in central complaint unit remains at 6 days, and this is consistently at this level throughout this fiscal year. Happy to report that. And also, this is well within the requirements of the law and also consistent with the last 2 quarters of this fiscal year. Moving on to expert reviewer medical consultant program. Our expert reviewer program staff are very active in their tasks, such as promptly notifying experts before their contract expires, timely processing of invoices resulting in prompt payments, reviewing new applications, etc. 81 physicians registered to attend our last expert training session held on Saturday, April 13th. However, only 42 attended the live session on WebEx. This again underscores the need to move away from in-person trainings to an on-demand self-paced platform. The new software to implement an online expert reviewer training program is under development and testing, and hopefully will be ready by end of this year. The next training is scheduled to take place in August, and that will be via WebEx because we will still be working with the software. Moving on to discipline coordination unit. DCU must fill 3 positions to be fully staffed and are having difficulty with recruitment due to not finding qualified candidates, but we are still on a pursuit to fill that unit to fully staffed. Probation unit also has some vacancies. They are actively recruiting in response to requests from the board. At the last meeting, staff is happy to share probation unit's activity during the 3rd quarter of this fiscal year. Here in this report, you will see there's a lot more statistics. We will continue to explore more data to share with the board quarterly here in this enforcement summary under probation unit update. Complaint investigation office, CIO total caseload, and numbers remain the same as was in the previous quarter. And that is that's the conclusion of enforcement summary, and I will quickly move over to the administrative admin reports. And this report starts on 6D. The board staff had regular calls and communication with board leadership and other board members, also with the Department of Investigation and HQE staff. We also engaged with local, state, and national organizations on various subject matters. Moving on to staffing update. This quarter's report is that we managed to keep our vacancy rate below 13% this quarter. Last quarter, we were at 13.9. Efforts to fill additional positions are underway and hope to see below 10% vacancy rate by end of next fiscal year. Budget update. As a result of, let me move to it. So, as it was previously reported, we were able to secure a fee increase that took effect January 1, 2024. The board anticipates that this year-end revenue for this current fiscal year will be higher than the previous years. And this is as a result if you refer to the fund condition that follows this narrative report here, you will see that on page BRD 6D, 3, which reflects the projection of financial month 9, which ended March 31st, you will note that the $27 million loan that we anticipated taking this fiscal year is now reduced to $6 million. Also, we will be repaying the $10 million loan that we took 2 years ago with interest for a total of $10.573 million by June 21st of this month, or this year, that's next month. So we are paying off the loans that we took before. We are able to do that with our cash revenue coming in, and also don't really need to take that extensive amount of loan this year. We are estimating $6 million, but that will, with the final calculation, maybe less than that. But that is a good sign. And this is also as a result of our watching our expenses and belt tightening and streamlining and process improvement also do drop in the bucket too, helping us with our financial condition. Media relations and external communication. We continue to assist CDPH in distributing important public health alerts and other related matters to our licensees. Last week, I had an opportunity to present to San Ramon's Medical Center with recent updates on the medical board, and especially with the new law that went into effect in 2023 and 2024. Please refer to the updated fund condition report, as I mentioned before, and also the 3-year expenditure report and other charts following my report here in this section. And actually, this concludes my report, Dr. Hawkins, and I'm happy to take any questions, and Sean and Marina will be also happy to take questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Varghese. We're ready for questions or comments from the board member. I want to welcome again Dr. Dinger for his second meeting. You can start the questions and comments, please.
So my question is regarding the application process for the candidates to track them. I think it would be not a bad idea to have a system as their application is being adjudicated, they can see the progress online also rather than calling or emailing you. That will help the process that what is missing document, whether it's a fingerprints or something which need to be sent. But what we are feeling that, or at least we apply, hire a lot of people, and every time we do that, it is a ongoing process for 6 months or sometimes forever. They don't know what is missing, or at least they can't see the progress of the application. So is there a way you can have a tracking system for the candidates as well?
Yes, our system is very limited in the information we can make accessible to the applicants, which is why it would require a new system, or at least a system on top of a system, which is what is our goal, absolutely. I don't know if Sean wants to speak more to that, but there's a lot of, let's say, hoops to jump through to get that, but absolutely 100% agree. That would greatly assist not only applicant, but staff in reducing calls and emails, and that is our hope, that we can get a system that will allow us to provide more up-to-date, more specific details, a place where they can see exactly what was sent to them by the applicant other than an email, right? They have to go and find the email, where's my list of deficiencies, and we're hoping for a system like that. I don't know if you had any.
Dr. Hauser and then Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you. I have a question for Sean and a question for Mr. Varghese. Sean, I'm curious, since there was a question earlier about an Android app, do you have a timeline for rolling one of those out?
Timeline, no, not yet. When we decided to do the iOS app, it was over Android because user statistics showed at that time we had almost 2/3 to 1/3 Android users for iPhone users on our website, iOS users on our website. I haven't looked at those numbers recently. I'm guessing it's still that high, but the only reason we haven't started yet is just programming resources, and basically it's not like we can just take what we did there and copy it over to an Android. It's a whole new development line, but we are working actually right now on filling a vacancy for a mobile app developer, and that could be one of their projects, assigned to them to do that. We're refreshing the iOS one to add some of those features that, are expected now from mobile devices, and to make sure that Apple, you have to update it every so often to keep up with Apple standards, or they'll take you out of their app store. So It's more of a maintenance project with that current iOS app, but yeah, we would like to get to that Android one still soon.
Thank you. Mr. Varghese, thank you for the update on the board's financial condition. It's great to hear that our fund position is better than you thought it was going to be at our last meeting. Do you have a timeline or an estimate for when we'll be able to retire our debt completely?
So when you look at the fund condition report, the $6 million that we have to take that'll have to be on a 2-year payment. That is required that we pay that back in 2 years with interest. Now, if there are conditions, my goal is if we can pay that back before, or if we can pay that back in a year, we will save that on interest, right? So we'll keep an eye on it, and if we can, and if our budget projections are under our revenue coming in, then we will definitely pay that ahead of time. There's no early payment penalty for that. So that is our goal. Now, also, if you look at the fund condition report as a placeholder to keep our months in reserve in positive range, we are, through a BCP process, still putting in the $27 million next fiscal year, right? I mean, we may or may not need it, we don't know. But that will have to come from another arrangement, not through the same source that we are getting these other loans from. And that will have an extended payback period, meaning we don't have to pay all that in one lump sum. We'll have a breakup. Again, we can pay that back early if we want to. So that's the goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I have just a question, a comment, and for Ms. O'Connor and for also Mr. Varghese. Great work on getting the work on licensing and docs and things done there. Last year, to say the least, we had a crisis in PTLs transitioning, et cetera. Can you give us an update on what do you anticipate I mean, I realize that we've extended it to 180 days rather than 90 days, so that should soften the blow, so to speak. But how do you see that transition occurring again, this next transition cycle in June of 2024? That's my first question.
So with the extension of the PTL now being valid for 36 months rather than the 12 or 24, we're hoping that will spread out the applications a lot more. But not only that, give them more time so that we're not running up against the expiration of their PTL. So far what I've seen is folks are following our guidance, which they're applying early, which is great, but there's not as much pressure to issue their physician surgeons right away. We're not going to run up against that, deadline of everyone expiring around the same time. And so we're hoping that with that, then we won't see all those folks who have to stop residency or worry about not being able to continue their residency because they're waiting for their physician surgeon's license. So it shouldn't be as big of an issue because we have more time to issue that license. So far, I haven't seen a change in the volume of applications, which is okay because we have more time to process those. But we still keep an eye on it, right? We're still looking at their expiration dates. Some do have odd expiration dates, and we want to make sure we keep an eye on those who are coming up on their expiration to make sure. But right now, what's also very different from last year is we're not in the backlog situation. We're processing and turning around applications very quickly. So we're still reviewing and date order received. But like I said, we always will keep an eye on that volume and expiration dates to make sure if we, think that's coming, meaning, okay, we're getting way more folks are expiring sooner than we anticipated. But again, that isn't the case so far because we've been able to extend those PTLs out, making sure we have the resources available to, process those timely. So we keep very close attention to our processing times and the volume coming in and make sure we have the staffing available to maintain that processing time or handle any little influx we get. But I don't anticipate anything close to last year. There's no backlog. We have more time to issue the license. There shouldn't be any issues of folks. There shouldn't be as many issues of folks having to potentially stop their training because of the waiting on their application to be reviewed. But again, keeping close eye on it, making sure we have sufficient resources and trying to prevent that from happening again, and seeing where the trend's going, just to make sure we're not in that situation.
And could you give me an idea what the current turnaround time is for an applicant sending in his license? What's the turnaround time between the license submission, application submission, and actually getting a license?
It varies greatly because of the deficiencies. If someone submits a complete application, they could right now have their license issued who's not being expedited. We are not talking expedites, those are a different timeline. They could have their license issued within 45 days tops. A deficient application is going to take much longer. And there's no way to predict how long it will take, but as soon as those documents are sent in, I may have mentioned this in previous meetings, but we try to stick with making sure it's not taking us more than 2 weeks to turn around the review of those documents. Right now, we're in about the 1 week range. So that's pretty good considering the volume we get. We're reviewing apps within 30 days, usually less at this point. And then if it's expedite, it's a much faster timeline. Now, if there's an unusual circumstance on the application that requires further review, yes, that is going to take longer, even if the application is complete, because there's more, and I say complete meaning they answered all the questions, all the documents that were originally requested on the application have come in, but based on information we've received, we now need to request additional documentation, usually in the form of a residency file from the program, or there could be a number of other documents we have to request. That completely depends on the time it takes to get those documents, and then we, of course, try to review them and turn them around and make a decision on that app as soon as possible. So there's a lot of variance there, but those are some of the factors that can make it take longer. But if it's a complete application and everything's there, we can turn it around very quickly.
I'm sorry, if beg your indulgence one more time. The other question I had was, when there is a deficiency and additional documentation like a residence file is requested, can that be submitted through docs?
Some of it could be submitted through docs, because right now docs, we only accept documents from postgraduate training programs and medical schools. So if it was documentation from a different source, docs wouldn't be an option.
Thank you. And just to Mr. Varghese, thank you for the work you're doing on the budget. We appreciate that a great deal, of course. And so I might understand that in order to continue to have adequate surplus, we're going to need an additional insertion of revenue from some outside source in order to meet that in 2024, 25?
That is true. That is the reason why is because the fee increase just went into effect this year, and so we don't have any base to see how that will look like. It will take at least 2 years to build some base that we can have some trend analysis for future revenue. So that's the reason.
And do we know where that's coming from?
It's going through the BCP process. It's not through the DCA special fund. It's going to be from outside, yeah.
Outside?
I have a question, a comment and a question, and one of the issues being on panel is the expert, being qualified and competent and doing a review. So I actually sat in on the expert review training that Dr. Yip was hosting. And then I realized that there's 2 levels of experts if you just sign up for it, and if you actually complete the training and submit a mock review, your compensation is a little higher. And so with that said, on the report, there's 729 active experts. Do we know if 80% of the people are quote unquote certified, or is it 50?
I think we can get the number for you, but yeah, there's a 2-tier. There's a 2-tier. I hate to just wager right now. So, but even when you say they get higher, it's still not higher to the market rate. I just wanted to put that out there.
Exactly, but because of that, that means that you can be a reviewer without going through all the necessary steps, and if that's sort of causing sort of, I don't want to say just, flaws in our review process. If we're not getting people who are appropriately trained to review the cases, and then we're still using them, that gives us some apprehension on how to go about doing this. And so I don't know if this is something that we should mandate that everybody go through the process, or if that's going to create a huge burden.
No, Dr. Sai, it's not. It's already built into the new online platform we are building in.
Okay.
Part of the justification is after the platform is up and running, we'll have 100% training, and we'll have pre-test and post-test after the training to see how much they gain. So we'll have some metric to see before the training, what did they know? After the training, how did that knowledge change? So we're building all that into it. Thank you for asking that question.
Additional questions or comments? Dr. Yip?
Yeah, actually, Reg's goal is to have everybody expert being certified. It's a good question that what is inventory. Also, maybe time that next meeting or even before that, have a list of the experts we have, and also what specialty, so that the board member and even the public can reach out to recruit more. The second question is actually, you may have mentioned it or later, what is the update on the monitor suggestion on having a fourth party to meet with the enforcement, HIU, and also that as far as the MOU to improve the efficiency of the enforcement process?
Yep, I think you're alluding to the collaborative process that was mentioned by the expert, the enforcement monitor. So I did not have any update for you at this meeting because I gave you a little bit of an update last time. So we thought staff will continue to work and get some meaningful runway before we come back to you. So the work is happening in the background. We have not forgotten all those requirements. So we'll be bringing you some updates on that in the future meetings. Thank you.
Any others? Sean, quick question. One of the members of the public presented an error she has with her, presumably, Apple phone with the app where she gets multiple notices. Shooting person error, could you think of what that might be related to?
Not off the top of my head, it hasn't been reported to us. We do, extensive testing. The internet is the same in California as in any other state, so I'd have to set up, a comparable device and test that out. At this point, I'd like to turn our testing towards the, newer version that we're doing here. So if there are any details, though, that she could provide, I'd be more than happy to look into that.
Thank you. My last question is,
if I could, a little more on that, Dr. Hunt. One of the things that we're updating the app for was because it didn't do the background notifications. Like if you have the app closed on your phone and then you opened it, we heard complaints from people that they wanted that background, notifications to happen even when they didn't have the app running. So that's one of the things we're adding to the second app, or to this, new version of the app. That involves, having anonymous device ID information so we know which devices to reach out for and tell them to update certain things and stuff like that. So we are adding that capability to it. I mean, if they mentioned flying somewhere, I mean, if it, again, I'd have to look at the exact information, but if they were flying somewhere, they landed, they reopened the app, it could trigger some alerts in that sense in that old version of the app because it wasn't checking in the background. But hopefully with the new version, with it doing the background apps, they would just get the timely updates no matter if they have the app running or not.
Great. My next question, it may have already been answered, this is for Ms. O'Connor in licensing. We've had a couple of members talk about that. So this is a busy time for medical schools and residency. We have folks who just matched, and I've encouraged them to, once they determine they've matched in California, they apply for the PTL. Can you tell us about the cadence of that? I mean, are you seeing those folks coming through?
Yes, absolutely, and it's good to see them applying that early, even if they haven't started their residency. We encourage folks to go ahead and apply because, especially those who have any kind of unusual circumstance, we want to make sure we have enough time to review that and, like I had mentioned before, to collect additional documents so that it doesn't, delay them getting their license. Because the folks going into residency for, newly going into residency in California, they have that 180-day deadline. So if they're, roughly starting July, they have till December. So we have been seeing absolutely an influx in applications since March, which is what we want to see. And that gives us, if they're applying in March and they start July, they have till December to get their license. Not that we're taking our time by any means. It's just we don't have, like I had mentioned before, there's less of that risk of their license not being issued before that deadline. So we have been seeing that.
Thank you. So for our executive, I'm sorry, Dr. Dingra?
A few of my colleagues called me a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot of phishing emails going on that there is a complaint in the medical board and deposit this money. It's like a scam. So I think it would be nice to send a little official email to all the licensees that if you get a call from any of this sort, just ignore it and contact the medical board.
And could you expand on it a little bit more? Do you have more information about how it presents? And
people are getting random calls. There's a complaint on the medical board, and we need a deposit, or something, just to get.
Comments or questions from those in the room, as members, public. On WebEx?
Any one on the webcast would like to make a public comment? You can do so by raising your hand or typing anything in that Q&A window. First up here, we have Kimberly Turpin. You should be receiving that prompt.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. I am Kimberly. I'm from Stockton, and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog also. Regarding your expert training, as a team, we support each other in every aspect of accountability for the harm we have all experienced. In hearing about the expert reviewer training, it makes me think of two things. One, that we need to hear more about this expert reviewer training. We understand that the board staff held expert reviewer training in April and will host another expert reviewer training in August by WebEx. But we're asking you to send the expert training materials to board staff so they can incorporate it in a new way on how to file a complaint video, so consumers will understand what type of information we need to include in our consumer complaints. We asked for this material to be included in the last update of the consumer complaint video, but it wasn't included. Providing consumers with the information that you are asking your reviewers to look for will not only help future families that need to file complaints, but it will make your staff's job easier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, you should be receiving that prompt.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. Regarding the expert reviewer training, we've asked you many times in the past to take the training information you're providing your experts and place them into what you're looking for in a complaint video for the public. The response I've continued to receive when we ask for this is that you don't know what the information is. Well, since you just had a training, you now have the materials. This won't take much money to put together, and it'll actually save staff time as they will receive complaints with the information that this board needs. So please take the training materials and use them to compile an effective consumer complaint video. Probation. You have 4 vacancies within probation staff. I suppose that means that this board is down 4 probation monitors. The question is, how many probation monitors does this board staff to monitor over 500 physicians? In the past, we have come forward to this board with a problem with a probation monitor in the Central Valley. As we stated then, we had a difficult time believing that the issue of probation monitoring existed solely in that part of the state. With 568 physicians currently on probation, and you are down 4 probation staffers, we would like to see a report on probation and how the physicians on probation are being monitored in those areas that are not officially covered by staff. I watched the Senate Rules Committee hearing for the reappointment of Dr. Mahmood and Dr. Thorpe. Board members, if you haven't watched the archived video, I suggest you do. We were pleased to see that the senators lauded the board members for the outreach, the board meeting in Bakersfield, the required interview, and the complaint tracking notification system, all projects and priorities that our team brought to the board and advocated for and for your support of. The senators made a point of comparing the difference between the appointment hearings between 3 years ago and now. I hope you see how important the work and communications with advocates are and how it benefits all interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion should be receiving that prompt.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, Marion. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. I had made a comment about the issue with the phone app and travel. And I know, just to comment on Sean's comment on travel and the app, I did report it the first time it happened a couple years ago. I sent in a screenshot of what I was receiving about all these multiple notifications, and the same thing keeps happening. So I have reported it. I have emails to prove it. This travel issue happens even when I don't open the app. It just keeps digging as more duplicate notifications come in. I've also brought up this issue at previous meetings. I know how to work the app, so I don't think I'm at fault with the issue. So it's an annoyance. I mean, the app is still working for me, but I know I have reported it, just so you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Next up here, we have Alka Ari. Alka, you should be receiving that prompt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hello, I'm Alka Ari from San Francisco. I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. For families who file complaints involving death, like I did on behalf of my sister, we need more information. The information I'm speaking about are your medical expert training materials. We have asked for an updated video on how to file a consumer complaint in the past. We asked that you include the expert reviewer training materials. Now we know you have the most recent expert reviewer training materials. We are simply asking staff to forward the expert training materials to the communications or IT staff to incorporate into a video that will provide consumers with the information that your expert reviewers are looking for. We are looking at steps to improve the process for not only complainants, but also staff. This step is cost-effective and will not only help complainants file effective complaints, but will also provide staff with the information they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Next up here, we have Maria Ibarra Navarrete. You should be receiving that prompt.
My name is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I am from San Jose, and I'm a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. When I filed my brother's death complaint, I had little to no information to work with. I only had the instructions on your application form. It would have been helpful to know what your experts were looking for. As a complainant, we are at such a disadvantage when we file a complaint. We believe you're complimentary on the website that you protect consumers. We walk into these processes alone. We have no idea that the physician that we are issuing a complaint against is walking into this process with a lawyer. The doctor can bring their own medical expert, but we have no idea what the board's medical expert is looking for. This needs to change. With board staff holding recent expert reviewer training in April by WebEx, you have the most recent training materials. We are asking you to use those expert reviewer training materials and incorporate them into a training video on how to file a consumer complaint. This will help the public and help speed up the process for board staff because our complaints will have the information they need and what your expert reviewers are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I don't see any additional requests.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7, updates from external stakeholders. We have 2 presenters. The first one will be update from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Melissa Gear, followed by update from Health Quality HQIU Unit, Ms. Kathleen Nichols and Ms. Stephanie Whitley, and we'll take questions and comments afterward. Planning for a bio break after that before we start our legislative agenda item 8. Ms. Gear. Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Hello and good afternoon, President Hawkins, Executive Director of Verghese, and members of the board. I'm Melissa Gear, Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations, and I appreciate the opportunity to share the Department of Consumer Affairs update this afternoon. Before I begin my update, I would like to thank Dr. Hawkins for his committed and dedicated service to the board and protecting California's consumers throughout his tenure on the board. Please feel free to follow along in your materials as I walk through my updates. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their service. Although Public Service Recognition Week has ended, DCA recognized over 3,000 DCA board and bureau employees who work to protect California consumers. DCA appreciates all employees and board members' service and contributions to consumer protection. Second, on April 30th, DCA met in person with Secretary Tamika Moss and executive leaders to discuss her vision and priorities for the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, as well as the department. Next, DCA has learned of a recent increase in scams targeting licensees with individuals falsely claiming to be board employees. These scammers ask for personal or financial information and may demand payment. Boards are urged to be vigilant and proactive in providing licensees with scam prevention tips. In addition, on April 5th, 2024, DCA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, also referred to as DEI Steering Committee, held its quarterly meeting. The next committee meeting will be held on July 26th, and if you have any ideas that you'd like the committee to consider, please let your Executive Director, Reggie Verghese, know, and who is also a member of our steering committee. Also, as a reminder, DCA's Learning Management System has many DEI-related training courses available. Board members are encouraged to participate in available training and continue to grow in our DEI efforts. Regarding outreach, also DCA's Office of Public Affairs staff participated in 2 Facebook Live events hosted by the Consulate of Mexico's Sacramento and Fresno offices during Financial Education Week. They presented Get to Know DCA in Spanish, sharing consumer and licensing information. DCA also participated in in-person resource events and a virtual event with the Consulate of Mexico in San Bernardino. The consulates expressed interest in future event partnerships to share more licensing and consumer resources. DCA plans to develop workforce development outreach opportunities for all boards and bureaus in the coming months. As we look ahead, please keep the following in mind. As the fiscal year ends, submit travel expense claims or TECs by June 7, 2024. Claims submitted after this date will be processed, but payments will not be issued until after July 5th, 2024. All travel expenses and advances submitted after July 1st will be processed after the budget is signed. For questions, please contact Board and Bureau Relations. As a quick reminder, board members must complete BMONT within 1 year of their appointment or reappointment. BMONT will be offered virtually on June 18th and again on October 22nd. Members can register for this training via LMS. And lastly, thank you to everyone who helped participate and helped us to reach almost 100% compliance with our Form 700 filings. So again, thank you for this opportunity to join you today. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board at this time.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Gear. Please stay at the table. Now update from Health Quality HQIU Unit, Ms. Kathleen Nichols and Ms. Stephanie Whitley.
Good
afternoon. I am Chief Kathleen Nichols with the Division of Investigation. Also with me is Stephanie Whitley, Deputy Chief for the Division of Investigation's Health Quality Investigation Unit. It is our pleasure to provide the board an update on the Health Quality Investigation Unit, also known as HQIU. HQIU has made progress on the pending workload in cases over a year old, as demonstrated in our updated graph in board item 7B. Investigator vacancies and the lack of available experts continue to impact case completion timelines. HQIU currently has 25 investigator vacancies, equaling a 30% vacancy rate. I am very excited to share, since we submitted our written update, we have received 4 investigator clearances last week. We have 1 candidate set to start at the beginning of June and 3 additional investigator candidates starting at the beginning of July. There are an additional 23 candidates in background, 7 of which are in the final psychological and medical portions of the process. We hope to have final clearances soon. In the meantime, we continue to screen new applications for each HQIU office on a repetitive 30-day cycle so we can quickly fill our remaining vacancies.
In addition to sharing an automated monthly report with case status updates, HQIU leadership continues to hold regular meetings with board staff to discuss cases, answer questions, and resolve issues efficiently. We look forward to participating in discussions with board staff and HQE section of the Attorney General's office to discuss the Enforcement Monitor's report and implement a more collaborative working relationship between investigators and attorneys to improve enforcement outcomes. This concludes our update. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, everyone. Questions from board members? Dr. Yip?
First, I want to thank Ms. Gie helped me through the preparation of a Senate confirmation hearing, which is very helpful. Second, for Ms. Nichols, how many field offices that you have now throughout California for the HQIU?
We have 13 field offices.
Are they like evenly staffed, or certain areas lack of supervisors or staff to move the case along as far as that investigation?
A lot of the vacancies are kind of spread out with all of our offices, but offices like San Jose, Bay Area, where the higher cost of living, it is a challenge to recruit in those areas.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from the board? The public in the room, questions or comments? WebEx? Sorry, go ahead, Dr.
Hawkins. Sorry. Well, so yeah, great progress on the decrease in the number of cases that are out there. In your estimation, is the delay in because we're still looking at over 1,000 investigations that are pending, 1,260. What would be the optimal number of cases pending? I mean, have we ever been anywhere close to? I guess my two questions. One of them is this problem because we don't have enough investigators? Number one, and number two, if we had enough investigators, what would be the optimal number that we would expect from month to month to be in pending investigation?
The optimal caseloads for investigators are 15 to 20 per investigator. We are not at that point, obviously.
We're at 42 or something, right?
With our vacancies. That's for the complaint investigation unit. I think our caseloads now are in the upper 20s to 30s. But what's very difficult is with a 30% vacancy rate, 25 vacancies, that's equivalent of 3 field offices completely vacant. And so staff have been working incredibly hard to prioritize and get these cases done. And it's a true testament to their focus as to why you see we have continued to lower the aged cases even with our vacancies. But the key to the vacancies, we're finding some really great applicants. We have, like I've mentioned, we have a lot lot that have now been cleared, which is great. But the key to this whole thing is retaining the investigators that we hire. And unfortunately, you know, the pay continues to be an issue. We are still dealing with that. We are exploring every avenue available to us to get increases for our investigators, to make that competitive with other law enforcement agencies. You don't always have to make the same, but you have to be in the ballpark, and we are not in the ballpark. So we are passionate about that because it's such important work that they do, and the work is so specialized that this is a great group of people that we have working towards a common goal, but we need the ability to retain them, and they have to be compensated fairly, or you're going to continually be going through the cycle year after year after year.
Yeah, thank you for the great work you're doing.
Additional board members? Oops. Anyone in the room have questions for these two entities on WebEx?
Anyone would like to make a public comment, you can do so by raising your hand or using the Q&A window. First up here, we have Monty Goddard. Monty, you should be receiving that prompt.
This is Monty Goddard. And, you know, before I retired, I ran a naval weapons facility in Fallbrook, California for about 10 years. And when we put out a significant piece of documentation like the board's opioid prescribing guidelines, we would follow up to know, did we do the right thing? Did we not do the right thing? Has it made an impact or not? With that, I have a simple question, which I would like a specific response from the HQIU presenters. In my opinion, it is the same question every board member should want the answer to. Here's the question. As the board's publishing its 2023 opioid prescribing guidelines, resulted in more favorable outcomes for prescribing physicians in inappropriate prescribing investigations than would have occurred had the prior guidelines not been updated. I suggest the board require a report with, let me repeat that. I suggest the board require a report with supporting data for the answer to this question to be presented at your next quarterly board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty. This time, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any additional requests.
So, prior to going to agenda item 8, discussion and possible actions on legislation, let's have a 8-minute break. Return at 1:45. Ten minutes? 10 minutes. Discussion and possible actions on legislation. We've all been waiting for Mr. Aaron Bone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members. Great to be back before you today. This is a very busy week and one of the very busiest times of the year for the legislature, as they are voting literally right now on hundreds of bills as they face a major deadline tomorrow to approve bills introduced this year. Before we dive into the discussion items, I'll just briefly touch on the bills shaded in blue on the tracker chart, and those are the ones that we do not propose for discussion today. The first is AB 2412. This was the body contouring bill that we discussed at the prior board meeting. That bill was amended to remove the board's involvement as requested by the board, but for different reasons, that bill is not expected to move forward this year. The next, AB 3097, related to radiologist assistance, was also amended to remove the board's involvement and address the concerns that you all had, and that bill is also not moving forward this year. The other two bills, SB 607 and SB 636, have not been amended since the prior board meeting, therefore no discussion is planned today. Unless there's any questions from the members, Mr. President, I'm happy to move on to AB 796, Agenda Item 8A.
Pressing questions for the items we're not recommended to take up by our analysts. Okay, please continue, Mr. Bone.
Thank you. AB 796 is the bill to license and regulate athletic trainers and place the Athletic Trainer Registration Committee within the board. Last year, the board adopted an oppose unless amended position on the bill, asking primarily that it be amended to find another home in a different board for this program. No action is required on this agenda item. It's not been amended since in quite some time. But I expect that there are some advocates who wish to address the board and express some views on the bill. Therefore, Mr. President, at this time I would suggest we go to public comment so those individuals can speak.
Are any of those individuals in the room who want to speak to this bill? WebEx then?
Yes, the hand raising feature in the Q&A window open for anyone wishing to make a public comment. Give you a few seconds here to queue up. This time I'm not seeing any requests.
Thank you, President Hawkins. Welcome.
Thank you, President Hawkins. Members of the board, staff, my name is Benjamin Bodia. I am the Executive Officer for the Acupuncture Board of California, and I am speaking before you just for informational purposes on this bill. This bill is seeking the licensure of athletic trainers, and there's been some concern within the acupuncture community and at the acupuncture board of the lack of exemption of the scope of practice of acupuncturists from this bill from athletic trainers. There's a number of professions, healing arts professions, that have their scopes exempted from their practice, and there is no exclusion of acupuncture services. And the challenge here is that both the community, acupuncture community, and consumers have communicated to our board, as well as through complaints, that there are situations where we find medical doctors directing medical assistants or specifically athletic trainers to do needling on patients in a sports medicine practice. We are unclear if the messaging is clear, that the law is clear, and that's identified in the General Business and Professions Codes for Healing Arts under Business and Professions Code 730.5. And it does make it a misdemeanor for medical doctors to direct anyone to needle anybody that doesn't have the approved scope for it. And that would be medical doctors, osteopaths, dentists, podiatrists, and acupuncturists. Additionally, that has a second subclause which makes it a misdemeanor to be directed to follow the directions to do needling. And in the acupuncture board's scope, the definition of needling is clear. If I may read to you, acupuncture means the stimulation of a certain point or points on or near the surface of the body by the insertion of needles to prevent or modify the perception of pain or to normalize physiological functions, including pain control for the treatment of certain diseases or dysfunctions of the body, and includes the techniques of electroacupuncture, cupping, and moxibustion. Of course, should the legislature decide to provide this scope to any other profession, that is within their purview. But for the moment, this is the law, and the board will take enforcement actions should they hear of unlicensed activity. Thank you, and I'm willing to entertain any questions should you have any.
Just to add on to that, if I may, Dr. Hawkins, so the concerns from the acupuncture associations are reflected in the analysis about middle of page 6, and reflect the comments that I think, well, I was expecting them to be making today. So not sure what happened, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Right. Thank you very much, sir.
If I may add, the board did not have an opportunity to review and discuss this at the last board meeting, but we'll be addressing it at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Should we move on to the next bill, Doctor?
Proceed.
Okay. This is AB 1991, which requires this board and other healing arts boards to collect specified demographic information from licensees at their time of renewal. Currently, these various licensees are requested to provide certain information. As currently drafted, the bill would require this information to be submitted to their respective boards. The information requested currently in these questions is indicated in the background section of this analysis. The purpose of the questions is to help the state with developing a diverse healthcare workforce able to meet the needs of our residents. This board combines those questions with others that are specific to physicians and are made available to our licensees online. Board staff pulled some data on the incidence of licensees declining to respond to one or more of these questions. Sample of that data is on page 3 of the analysis, and it indicates that approximately 1/3 of the about 36,000 licensees who renewed online during the most recent 6-month period declined to answer at least one of these questions. As those questions are only asked for those who renew online, board staff are concerned that a potentially significant number of licensees may choose to submit a paper application if they are required to submit answers to these questions in order to avoid doing so. If that were to occur, the board could face significant renewal application processing delays due to the various paper applications and payments that are submitted. Licensees who submit a renewal application near their expiration date via paper could face a situation where their license temporarily goes delinquent while it awaits processing from board staff, and during that time they would be unable to practice medicine. In a meeting last week with the author's office, board staff discussed these concerns and were informed that the author's main goal is to obtain each individual's National Provider Identifier, or NPI, and that they intend to amend the bill to only require the NPI to be disclosed at the time of renewal. Therefore, in light of these various factors, staff recommend the board adopt an opposed unless amended position on this bill to seek an amendment to reduce the scope of the bill to only require the disclosure of NPI at the time of licensure renewal. And the staff were happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have, Mr. Bone, is it's clear there's a distinct advantage of being able to renew online. It is a huge benefit. It is a wonderful process. It's easy, simple. It's great. These questions, however, I think by many are deemed intrusive, and most of us don't want our private information just kind of floating around out there, right? Not that the medical board is going to float it around.
Right.
But I would be very much in favor of, I would move to oppose unless amended, because I think the idea of the NPI number, if that's what they're really looking for, then that's clearly, I mean, that's something we give all the time to insurers, to, all kinds of people. If that's not the same as asking your sexual identity, your gender, all these other questions that I think are somewhat intrusive. So I would move that the board follow the recommendations of staff to oppose unless amended.
Second.
Additional comments on this bill?
MPI number is publicly available, right? It's searchable. So, are we just doing work for them to make it easier to search, or anybody's MPI, you can type it in, and now they're making us as a requirement. Now they're making it as a requirement for the medical board to collect that information. It's not even for our use, right? We don't need it. The law is making us do work for some unknown purpose. Of course I agree all the other stuff, but if this is a publicly searchable database, why are we doing more work for them? That's my only thing.
Difficult question to answer, Dr. Tsai. I guess I would say this survey, as it exists right now, is something that the board and other boards are collecting this demographic data that is being voluntarily provided right now. And it's being submitted to another state department for their use for workforce planning. So it's not really new ground, I would say, in that regard that we're breaking here. But anyway, I'm not sure.
But it's not going to incur more manpower, effort for us to do all this extra. We'll do this additional item thing.
That might be a question best answered by Mr. Eichelkraut from ISB, but I believe if we're going to continue on with the online answering of these questions, and that there is simply going to be a requirement to provide an NPI if you have one, and maybe the members can help me out here. I understand that it's not a requirement to have an NPI. That's probably very common, but perhaps if you are taking cash payments for certain services, you don't have an NPI. But I'll defer to the knowledge of the members here. But in that circumstance, if you do have an NPI, that it would be required to turn it over. I think the staff time and the programming services are probably pretty modest. But Sean's going to correct me if I just said anything wrong.
Well, currently it is optional on the survey to put that in there, and Aaron's right. Or at least my understanding is the same as Aaron's, is that not every physician surgeon needs to have one, only if you're dispensing nationally, I guess. That being said, I like collecting it. We get all kinds of data requests and things like that where someone wants to match up by an NPI number because it's a nationally known number. And I just say, oh, we don't have that in our database right now. The Federation of State Medical Boards and other organizations have offered assistance in helping us backfill that information. I like collecting it, but I also am here representing our help desk staff that the other questions, not the NPI number of questions, they get constantly when they're assisting licensees renewing their license, they get, sometimes in an unfriendly manner asked, why are you asking us this question? And so that's the point we want to make sure is that people understand that. NBI would be great. Some of the other ones we're only collecting. Now, it's no additional work for staff. We've already built the program to do it. To actually change it, we built that in there, so it'd be very easy to do as well, too. But, yeah, I don't know if we could make NPI required for, like the reason Aaron said, not everyone has one. Now, if there's a law that says you have to report it to us, just like you have to report us your email address, we know some people will comply with that, some people won't. So thank you for letting me chime in.
Aaron, I'm trying to figure out why they chose NPI, because that's not a way of getting the answer to any of these other questions, are they? There's no correlation between NPI and sexual orientation or retirement date or disability. Why did they choose that?
Yeah, so good question, Doctor. So what was explained to us was that having NPI for more providers is going to be helpful to study and determine the efficacy of, for example, like physician loan repayment programs, where in exchange for service of a certain amount of years in underserved communities, then the state will repay a portion of of the debt you've accrued, in medical school. So they're trying to, I think, better understand and track how those providers progress through their career following, receipt of that sort of a grant.
Dr. Ingram?
So I'm not aware of what is the rationale behind these questions, so pardon me if I ask you a dumb question. When they are renewing this license, only then it is applicable, right? They have to choose these questions or subject to be answered.
Yeah, they're posed the questions at the time of renewal.
So what will make it? Is just a data collection for some other purpose, or it doesn't affect their license though?
Correct. Yeah. It is a way for the state, and it's not just this board. It's other boards ask the same questions of their own licensees as a way for the state to get their arms around.
Fair enough, but is it a hard stop? If they don't answer these questions, they won't be able to renew it online?
Currently, no. If they can decline, there are some questions that the board asks that are required, that are for a board-specific, a physician-specific survey. You have to answer some of those questions. But the questions that are dealt with in this bill are currently all permissive. You can decline to answer them all.
Right. The reason I'm asking, most of physicians, they do themselves, but most of the physicians do that through their credentialers. So when they are filling their application, they don't know answer to these questions anyway. So they will decline regardless. So you are assuming all the physicians are doing the renewal by themselves.
Maybe an assistant or some other party, yeah.
So in my office, just to acceptance, I have never renewed my license myself. I verify everything, but they don't answer these questions, and I don't either.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Dr. Ballant?
Yeah, I'll just be brief. And I think the point of collecting the data is to be able to look at our physician workforce, right? And so short of what we collect, where else would HCI obtain their data? Now, there's ways you could look at it in the back end, like how many Stephen Thompson loans, and you have to declare, but those things become very, very challenging. So I guess the question is, if we oppose, unless it's amended, then we're saying what, Aaron? That we're going to take these off, or we're not going to make it mandatory? What exactly are we doing?
I think what the board would be saying is you agree with the concerns that the staff have laid out in the analysis about the potential significant impacts to the board's processing timeframes if these questions, to Dr. Thorpe's point, are somewhat of a personal nature, and therefore the board is therefore only comfortable with a requirement to provide NPI, and that all the other questions should remain permissive. Permissive, yeah. It's requested but not required.
So I guess we have a motion and a second. I guess now we go to the room for comments. And to WebEx.
If anyone who would like to make a public comment, you can do so by using the Q&A option or by raising your hand. Give everyone a few seconds here to queue up. This time I'm not seeing any requests.
We're not there yet, though. Do you have a comment on this particular bill? Oh, please go ahead.
I want to caution the board. I think that a lot of things along equity, it's a big word that everybody uses now, and usually the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think this legislation is a good example of that. If you're not going to require it, there's no point in offending people by telling them to fill it out, and then the impression is that you don't want to cooperate. And I think while Mr. Bowen gives as honest an answer as he can give, there'll be people that will see your opposition without amendment, unless amended, as not wanting to cooperate on getting data on the composition of the medical workforce that you have. So I think that, I really do think that the position of the board should be that you recommend that everybody that wants data on your workforce come together, as opposed to having one entity propose it and then having all of the other entities have to respond in one form or another. Because I think it really does speak to the fact that HCI does not bring together all of the players at the same time. You have an initiative that's being proposed by somebody in HCI, who again is well-intentioned, and we've met so many of these people. I've met so many of these people in my lifetime, and I don't know of any one positive thing that has resulted from it. So I think it's a good example where the board needs to make a stronger statement, and that is, if you want us to participate in this, and we could be very helpful, or we could at least educate you as to what the reality is about our doctor workforce. I think that if that's not done, you're going to have a bad image within the activists who want more data on the composition of the medical workforce in the state of California. They're going to see your opposition. The MPI means nothing. MPI is worthless. Why would anybody want MPI? It's worthless. They don't want that. They want all the other data that's permissive. And if it's permissive, then how have you contributed to the very objective they want? And so I think rather than putting you between a rock and a hard place, I think it's providing a much more accurate response of saying, this should be an issue that brings all of the entities in the state of California who are dealing with workforce issues. We should all be coming together to discuss what should be the direction, the pace of that direction, and the substance of that direction that we would take collectively. That's would be my strongest recommendation as an advocate who you know how I do my work on the other things. So I mean, I'm just trying to give you the best advice because I like you guys. So
thank you. Additional comments from members of the board?
Yeah. I mean, sort of along the lines that Mr. Torres was just talking about, I was thinking as I was listening to all the comments about, I mean, this is trying to address a health justice issue, right? And in our mission is to try to provide the highest quality health care for all Californians, right? And that's really what an initiative like this is all about. So us opposing it because it's annoying to fill out a form, or we're not going to answer certain questions, or it might take up some of our resources, feels wrong to me. I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the suggestion of, you know, making some sort of comment that we look at this more holistically, or we bring all the agencies together. And for those of you who've talked to me about these things, I would love to be able to do that some way, so that the data sharing happens across not just an application like this, but many other aspects. So I don't know, it does feel wrong to oppose the collection of good data that will help perhaps provide better outcomes for many, many years to come, again, just because it seems annoying or that it would take more time. So I appreciate very much staff's recommendation here. Maybe there's something we can come up with where we provide some better feedback to the author, where we talk about a pilot program. You know, every legislator loves a good, you know, blue ribbon commission or pilot program to bring people together to work on solving a problem. But maybe there's an opportunity here for us to do something like that rather than, I guess, get ourselves all wound up about what the breeze, you know, what boxes we're clicking on the application, because I do think this is an important issue, and so many of our decisions could be better driven, and the outcomes could be better if we had the data to really point us in the right direction. So I'll leave it at that.
Aaron, is it still true that if this bill went through, discipline would be required by this board if a person did not answer the questions?
The language in the bill is very, I would say, interesting with regard to that question, Dr. Hawkins. So the bill states that it is required as a condition of, I'm just reading from the bill. It is, the licensee is required to provide this information as a condition for license or registration renewal. And then the following sentence says, notwithstanding that, a board shall not deny an application for license or renewal solely because they failed to provide any of the information asked. So I think when I inquired about that, the way those two things read together, author's office indicated that, in their view, something short of no longer processing the renewal. I think denial is not quite the right accurate term. You don't deny an application for renewal, but something short of non-renewal would be what they think might be appropriate for the board to do.
So I understand believe me, I'm in favor of trying to understand the workforce. The thing that's concerning to me is that, number one, who is this data going to? There's no central repository for healthcare demographics that I'm aware of. I mean, where is this information going?
Is it going to HCI?
Yeah, it goes to the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, I believe. And they do a number of workforce-related and patient studies. And so this is a core part of their work to crunch various numbers and make recommendations that then the legislature and the governor's administration and others can use. I presume they publish reports. I've not reviewed all that in depth, Doctor, because that's outside of our bread and butter. But the information is protected and needs to be kept in confidence. It's not public information that's available, and it's used by that other department and potentially others, I don't know, for those types of purposes.
Yeah, I think it's fine to give it voluntarily. I think there are areas of these questions that are, I'm an old guy. To ask me my retirement date, I find that offensive. I don't know. I don't have an anticipated retirement date.
Well, why wouldn't that be your answer to the question, Dr. Thorpe? I don't know.
Well,
why is it? Why is that offensive? By the way, if they ask me my retirement date, I will say as soon as possible.
Well, of course, but that would be true for all of us, I suppose. Anyway.
But I'm interested actually in understanding that more, though, right? Why, if it was going to be a benefit to the legacy of medicine in California, like if you thought about it from that perspective, that we have access to that data, like aggregated data.
You want to really know how bad the workforce is in California?
I know, that's what's going to tell us, right?
So, why can't be the response would be, if you're asking for a retirement, you can say, I know, and second could be, I don't know, or third could be as soon as possible. So, I'm just saying that you can respond that way also, and that will be considered as a response as well.
I may be wrong, then Dr. Sai, but I think the biggest question is asking someone's sexual orientation. Why do you need to know that? But I can understand, someone can make the argument, but I can understand race, ethnicity, but I'm not sure why sexual orientation. Dr. Sai?
So the contradictory thing that you said is it's required, but there's no enforcement. So you have to do it, but if you don't do it, we can't do anything. So what's the purpose? It's just, in theory, you should do it, right? That's what it comes down to. And to make it a requirement, I think we're going to have a lot of people talking about my privacy rights. And so now it's fraught with litigation risk. So I think MPI is a searchable thing. That's why I said oppose unless amended. I think all the other issues, and right now all those things are currently on the renewal. I remember clicking through, and I answer it as much as I can because, my last name is Sai. People know what my ethnicity is. So, there's no way to go around that. I think voluntarily is obviously fine, but to make it a requirement, even though there's no penalty, I think it's going to rub people the wrong way.
So Aaron, and to the members, is oppose unless admitted, unless you give the MPI, seems like it doesn't make sense that should be the way it's amended, because we're already agreeing that everyone has an MPI. If they have it, you can get it. It doesn't enter in the back door any of these other questions. So is that the correct amendment that we should seek?
I would say correctness is in the eye of the board.
Dr. Balak?
Yeah, I was just wondering, would it be appropriate if we asked Mr. Torres just to give me a little bit more information of where he was going, or would that be not in line?
I don't know if he has more to say, but
the reason why they want sexual orientation is because there's a strong belief now that certain populations with certain lifestyles really require doctors that have the same lifestyle because they better understand the subculture and the health conditions that patients run into. So these issues are the realities of where the workforce discussion is taking place. And I think the best position for you to take would be neutral, and then your letter of I think you should bring everybody together, because I don't think it's an honest discussion. They want to know retirement because they want to know how soon the doctors that are in the workforce now are going to be out of the workforce. So, I mean, this is stuff that I pay attention to, but I try not to too much because it doesn't turn out to be much of anything. They're assuming, for example, that Dr. Sai speaks his native language, okay? And there's a lot of Asians that do not speak their native language anymore. But if you have Japanese last name or a Chinese last name, they're going to assume that you are completely culturally and linguistically competent. These are the mistakes that HCI constantly makes and other advocates make. And when you are collecting data willy-nilly, and then you're giving your own interpretations to it, it really does very little good to the objective that people are trying to get at, which is the composition of the workforce, how responsive is it to the population of patients in the state, and that this kind of questionnaire, in my opinion, doesn't really get you there.
For that additional input. We do have a motion on the floor, and I think it's been seconded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could it be read back, please?
Yeah, it is to adopt the staff's recommendation for the bill to be for the position of the board to be opposed unless amended. If it's helpful, Dr. Hawkins, with kind of respect to the comments that were made, I understand and appreciate where Mr. Torres is coming from. I think what we could do is, if the board is still agreeable that the concerns that it poses to processing and workload and all that sort of things are sufficient, yet we still wish to also try to find some other collaborative opportunity in the future to support the gathering of workforce data, we can include that in our position letter, still having the opposed unless amended position for the reasons that are provided for in the analysis, and we can include that sentiment from the board as was expressed by by Ms. Lawson, and when I'm having conversations with folks in my as I go about my work, I can convey that sentiment as well.
Okay, so I think we should. Do I have to go back don't have to go back to the phones. I guess time to call the question then. Just restate the motion, please.
The motion was to support staff.
Yeah.
Recommendation to oppose unless amended.
Okay.
Seeking and the amendment to seek is to reduce the scope of the bill to only require the disclosure of NPI at the time of renewal.
And what are the comments?
Well, with the consent of the board, and I suppose the amendment to the motion, to express in our position letter that the board desires to find ways to partner with the author and sponsors to collaborate in collecting additional workforce data.
Okay. So is that acceptable? Do we need to have a?
Can I ask just one quick question?
Sure.
Is it possible to collect all this information at the initial application? Is it possible to collect all this information on the first application rather than renewal?
I suppose it's possible, but that's not the practice right now. And I think with some characteristics, they can evolve over time. Gender can evolve over time. So I think that's. Not to get ahead of you, Doctor, but if it's, I don't know that it's necessarily a one and done response is what folks are looking for.
So Dr. Thorpe, would you accept a friendly amendment to include the language that Aaron is speaking of? Yes. Okay. Great. And
Helzer, Dr. Helzer.
I'll accept it too, thank you.
okay. So we're ready to take a vote.
Dr. Bullock? Yes. Dr. Dingra? Yes. Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jong? Ms. Lawson?
No.
Dr. Mahmood?
Abstain.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sy?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
Dr. Thorpe? I'm sorry, Dr. Yip. Dr. Hawkins? Sorry, go ahead.
Hawkins is yes.
No.
Dr. Yip?
No.
Okay, and then Dr. Hawkins?
Yes. What's the count?
It's, the motion carries.
Carries.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Bond?
Up next is AB 2164. This prohibits the board from requiring an applicant for a physician and surgeon license or postgraduate training license to self-disclose a condition or disorder that does not impair their ability to practice medicine safely, or a condition or disorder that the applicant is receiving appropriate treatment in which, because of that treatment, does not impair their ability to practice safely. There are currently 3 impairment questions on those 3 physician-related applications, which are shown on page 2 of the analysis. Under the bill, the board would have to remove or delete the first question, which asks whether the applicant is currently enrolled or participating in any drug, alcohol, or substance abuse recovery or impaired practitioner program. Those questions were last updated by the board in 2019. As indicated in the analysis, the board has received national recognition regarding its current application questions from an organization dedicated to promoting physician well-being. As indicated earlier by Dr. Hawkins, the board is embarking upon a process with Ms. Zhang and Dr. Sy on a task force to review the current questions and receive comment from any interested parties. That input will be invaluable and inform what changes the board may feel are appropriate, if any, to those questions. If the board believes that the ideal process to determine what impairment questions, if any, should be asked is through such a stakeholder process, then staff recommend the board recommend a supportive amended position on AB 2164 to seek amendments to remove the existing language in the bill and replace it with a requirement for the board to complete its review of the questions by July 1, 2026, and report its actions on this matter to the legislature in its annual report, which would be due October of 2026. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Members? Yes, Ms. Lawson.
Why do we think that it will take us 2 years to review these questions?
It's not a detailed forecast associated with that time frame. Provides a good amount of runway for receive comment and for the board to thoroughly review, and aligns with that annual report. You know, it aligns with the fiscal year and that sort of a thing.
Okay. Seems like an extraordinarily long period of time to review these 3 questions, which I think is why we see this legislation, right? Because we're proposing a really long period of time.
Are we limited by when the bill comes up for vote in the legislature? Sooner than that time frame you mentioned? No.
No. The board, if it wants to go with this approach, can suggest to the legislature a time frame that it feels otherwise is appropriate.
I mean, I think, look, we're here looking at this legislation because we're taking too long to solve the problem, so they're going to solve the problem for us, right? They're going to fix what they perceive to be a problem for us if we don't do it. 2 years seems way too long. I mean, if we're going to, my comment would be, I guess, if we're going to ask for patience and the benefit of going through our own process, it needs to be a more reasonable timeline than 2 years.
Additional comments?
I would just make this comment. I do agree with you, Ms. Lawson, that I think too long. We really need to cinch that up, and like to hear what you think is reasonable.
Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, my question is also, the time frame seems long. And also, what don't we know right now? That is the sticky point. If we go right to the root of it, right? There's three questions. Do we agree on these, do we agree with the requests that are being made? Or don't we? I know it sounds very simple, but that's what it's gonna come down to. Whether we go down the line 2 years and we do the research on it, are we gonna arrive exactly more or less at the same place where we are going to sit there as a board and having to make a decision? And I think the answer is gonna be yes, we will still have to be making a decision. And I'm not sure whether in the research we're gonna find anything more, maybe more clarification, but how much more that would allow for 2 years of extending this.
Was that a question to me, Mr. Watkins, or rhetorical? Or? Okay. Okay.
Question for,
okay.
To ponder.
Yeah.
Maybe we can solve this rather sooner rather than later. Just taking
microphone.
Taking yeah. Oh. Solving it sooner rather than later, and just getting to the point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just so I think Mr. Watkins has and I mean all of the comments are very apropos. I mean the real question is, if we remove this question, are you currently enrolled in or participating in any drug, alcohol, or substance abuse recovery program or impaired practitioner program? If we remove that question, is it going to be an increased risk to the public? Is that going to increase the risk of licensing physicians who are a danger to the public? I mean, I think that's the real question. And if it's not going to do that, then we need to get rid of the question and move on, because it's really impacting our workforce by like, there are doctors who are going to choose not to practice here in California because they have to answer that question. So I mean, I think that's, to me, that's the heart of the question. Do we really, and maybe that's the task force's mandate, is there evidence to show that are there places where this question is not asked, where people are practicing safely and there's not that stigma associated with it? I don't know. I mean, I'm asking, I don't know. But that's the real, to me, that's the heart of the problem. And so I guess that's my question. If it's not clear that question really helps protect the public, then my recommendation would be to just get rid of it and move on.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll have some additional input tomorrow from our two experts who will talk about what a physician health program looks like. Right. And so, but we're here now, and Sai, Mahmood, and then Dr. Hauser.
Just a point of clarification. If an applicant answers yes, what does the board do?
That's an excellent question. Here to answer that is our deputy director.
So if an applicant answers yes, we're going to ask follow-up questions, but if they answer yes, they're supposed to provide an explanation with the application. So hopefully we get that explanation, and based on that explanation, we might do follow-up questions. It really can be a wide range of things depending on the circumstance. I mean, it is case by case. There's a lot of circumstances involved. It could be clarifying questions. It could be questions about treating providers. It really is a wide range of things, but it's going to require some type of follow-up from us asking for more information. But it's not a one-size-fits-all by any means. So,
Just to follow, has any licensee or applicant ever been denied license because of the further investigation?
so we were able to look at the stats over the last 5 fiscal years. And there's just to clarify, there's 3 questions, impairment questions on the app. So I want to be very clear because they're all different. There's 2 questions that ask about, roughly any mental, physical, et cetera, condition that might impair their ability to practice medicine safely.
Right.
Then there's a question asking if they're, and I'm paraphrasing, whether they're participating in a substance abuse recovery program. So when we looked at the data from the last 5 years, and those who answered yes to any of those questions, those who answered yes to the ability to practice medicine safely question, none were denied. Those who answered yes to the substance abuse recovery question, there were 2 denials. So that was about, I believe it was like 8 people answered yes, and of those 8, 2 were denied.
So even if you said, I have a condition that impairs my ability to practice medicine safely, we gave them a license?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Was it an unrestricted license? Was it an unrestricted license or a probationary license, or do we know?
Let me see.
Well, Marina is looking that up, and Marina, you can correct me if I'm wrong. 2 of those denied. 1 of them was offered a probationary license. They didn't take it, so that means we had to deny it.
I'm not sure I have
so
that.
I think I'm confused,
sorry.
though. So we gave people who said out loud, I'm impaired, I don't think I can practice safely licenses, but people who are in treatment programs, we denied. That seems backwards to me.
Again, it is a wide range of situations that people may answer those questions, yes or no. And so it's not just because of how they answer the question, it's the information they provide us on the situation. So if, again, this is just an example, but if they can show, if there's evidence that it does not impair their ability to practice safely, so everything shows that they haven't had any issues, they're seeking proper treatment and et cetera, and we have maybe an assessment. We might ask them to seek an assessment. We're basing it on those facts, not just how they answer the question. Some, and again, I say some, like, I don't, talk to every applicant, but some are, they they want to be more transparent in the application process. They don't want to seem like they're being untruthful about what's going on in their lives, and so they may, that may prompt them to answer the question a certain way, but regardless of how they answer that question, we base it off the information we have, not just how they answer a question. It's the follow-up, it's the documentation. They may go through an assessment, like I mentioned before. There's a lot involved depending on the situation. So it's definitely, it's case by case based on the information provided and we have.
So I think we have Dr. Mahmood, Dr. Hauser, and Dr. Yip, if you still are.
So obviously this is a very sensitive issue. And both questions have actually completely different horizon. The substance abuse and drug abuse and alcohol abuse is completely different breed than somebody having mental health problem. I literally tell you, 80% of the doctors have a mental health problem. Either they're going to kill somebody or kill themselves or do anything different because people go through anxiety and depression and, all especially people who are applying for a new license. We hear from, and we got a huge letter from like 850 doctors that shows a big concern that they are very reluctant to express their answers on the application because their career and their life is going to put in danger. So we cannot combine these all together. I think we should split them completely And substance abuse is a different issue because that probably I think somebody needs to monitor, watch, because if substance abuse issue is somebody who is an anesthetist, it's completely different, and there should be completely different monitoring. And somebody who is doing a different kind of practice like cosmetology or something, different issue. But literally these two things putting together is not easy. And honestly, 2 years might sound much longer, but to address this whole issue, put them separately, find all the research, and we should not really look what other boards are doing. We should just look what California can do, because we are really leaders. We set the trends, and we should have our own research and our own findings, and also we should be sensitive to our new doctors who are coming in there, who's going through such a stressful time, especially coming out of the pandemic, that how they think and how they can express it. Otherwise, people are going to be lying in their applications, people are not going to be expressing, and people who will be expressing, they'll be all concerned. We're going to create more mental health problems. So I think that really we need to discuss this a lot more and work this on this more than just like quickly get on this thing, or we need to quickly get on the conclusion and make sure what answer we get.
Well, hence the task force. And some people would say that, well, substance abuse is a mental health issue. Dr. Hauser, Dr. Yip, and then finally, Mr. Watkins.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Varghese. If we were to accept the staff's recommendation but decide that the 2 years is too long, how soon could we realistically get this public process done? Is 1 year enough? Is 6 months enough?
Definitely, we just named the task force members today. So first order of the business is to work with their schedule. And I think we want to give, like how we did with the opioid prescribing task force, we try to find 2 separate dates and 2 separate months. So the ones that couldn't attend the first meeting could attend the second meeting. Not knowing how many people would be joining this meeting, we might have to get some perspective from every sector, right? And like what Dr. Mahmood said, within California, and maybe look at this is an issue that's talked about at the federation level, at the national level, at other boards too, not just California right now. So there are recommendations coming from federation. They have some best practices, recommendations from other states. So to answer your question, just get rid of the rambling here. I think maybe a year could be realistic. Within a year, maybe we could get it. I'm just putting that out there without consulting with my staff, but I think we can land the plane within a year. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to echo Dr. Mahmood's point that it's not like yes or no for all three. I think we should differentiate that. There are some spectrum. All I hear this second board meeting is young doctor coming to plead, hey, leave us alone. Don't ask this question. We want to be a good doctor, but we're afraid you're going to monitor me. There's spectrum that they don't monitor. They just need to have to recognize and have the courage to seek treatment. And that's why I reach out a couple of schools just to see what they're doing as far as well-being to their residents and students. So I think we need to learn more. Maybe down the line, the task force could differentiate more. The people with substance abuse, children abuse, those certainly need to be recognized and follow, and whether give a license or not. So I think those questions, I don't think we should be yes or no for all three. We should really differentiate into it. Whatever time it takes to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be choosing my words very carefully because I can feel I'm going to be walking a tightrope here. The idea that a medical board who protects the public cannot ask you questions to make a decision on your license about potentially down the line your safety of practicing medicine because of a condition that you're managing seems a little bit out there for me. I don't think that you can never ask such questions because they are relevant. It is relevant to know the history of somebody that's going to enter a profession that is going to be exceptionally stressful as everybody points out. And when we just look at anecdotally the 5-year numbers, and we see that we don't really deny, and that the only time that we give a probationary license is when you don't want to have a probationary license for us. We have concerns at that moment that you potentially could not be safe, or you are safe, but we just want to have a second look. And the choice by someone to say we won't accept a probationary license, that's their choice. This is an enforcement agency. This is the Medical Board of California. And I think that when you start blurring these lines, you're stepping into appeasing people's fears that may not always be that rational, that you may appease something that they are thinking is going to happen, and there might be evidence amongst them, amongst the group, but not in a group. What I've seen is when a story is spread, the facts aren't spread. It's just the fear part of the story. And I want to make sure that Ms. O'Connor is really doing this job. And she sees, okay, but we give them we give everybody. I mean, I'm probably the one who opposes the most cases and questions the most. And I have seen that the board will give attention, the required attention to new applicants to really understand their position. And 9 out of 10 times, we will grant a probationary license just to verify if the doctor is safe. I am going to go out on a limb, and I'm saying whether the idea that we never should ask this question, I don't think that's an appropriate ask for a board that is an enforcement agency. And I know I'm going to get heat from everybody for saying that, but I really do believe that. We got to put that protection first and measure it against, is the fear that the folks feel, is that fear real? Oh, I'm not going to get a license. Now we know potentially that could not be true. Is there stigma? There's stigma for everybody that is in the mental health phase. We all need to do a huge awareness program around mental health. And it's not unique to the medical board, it's unique to every individual. And what is going to be required is that you do have to face things head on. You have to have the resilience to come to the medical board and you say, here's my transparency. This is what's happening with me right now. And I can tell you I may not agree every time, but this medical board will give everybody, every doctor, every new doctor, the fairest shake that I've ever seen. Sometimes against how I feel personally, but these doctors believe in their doctors. The board believes in the doctors, and I've seen nothing but support for them. And I don't want the mythology to live that we are just randomly revoking and don't give the license, because that's actually not factually true.
I have a comment.
Just brief comment?
I have a comment. I guess, I mean, look, I understand that what staff wants time to do is understand, the correlation between this question and outcomes, right? And so the question right now, a significant percentage of our disciplinary cases we review involve substance abusing physicians. So we must be doing something wrong, because this question isn't getting, it's not filtering our applicants in such a way that we're ending up with no substance abusing physicians. And I actually worry that questions like this have the opposite effect of what we're intending, because they encourage people to hide, they encourage people not to seek treatment, they encourage people not to take care of themselves, so they end up in a much worse position being in front of the board for discipline 5 years, 10 years later, than if we were asking them the right questions to begin with. So, what I understand that staff wants to do is, okay, let's try to figure out what the right question is, right? I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't ask this question, right? We don't ask other questions like, do you get 7 hours of sleep a night? right? No. I mean, like, that's probably more correlated to bad outcomes if you're not sleeping well. We don't ask questions like, do you consistently drive over the speed limit, right? I mean, other things that would, like, tend to, you know, that would give us some information about how you're going to practice medicine, right? Do you take unreasonable risks? Do you jump out of airplanes? Like, there's all kinds of things we could get at, but the concern here, and I mean, I think that Assemblymember Berman, look, this is advancing through the legislature, right? It may very well pass, whether we support it if amended or oppose it or all of those things. What they're getting at is that the answer to this question is not necessarily correlated to the specific outcomes we're trying to achieve, and that there might be a better way of ensuring that the practitioners that we license are safe, but also at the same time making sure Californians have access to health care, right? It's both of those objectives, because we're not just an enforcement agency, right? We have a broader scope than that. So.
Yeah. So, I agree with you 100% on substance abuse part and everybody else. My stress is on the questions about mental health part. It is not that somebody who's applying for a license just flew from Mars and we just know this guy, he's sending this. He's gone through medical school, he's gone training, everything has been monitored, watched closely. We know that. If he wants or she wants to keep that information private, we should not really force them to give that information, surrender that information. If somebody has that much risk doing through that strenuous exercise of training, whatever residency they're doing, it will come out, it will throw, and they do the evaluation every month. It's not like they just see him one day, come and join the residency, and 3 years later, okay, you've done it. Every month, actually every single day, they are evaluated, and there is some bad outcome or bad risk, somebody will find out. Same thing for 4 years of medical school. So it is not that we don't know about them. We know their history. They haven't done anything wrong. But why we are really forcing them to tell us what kind of mental health problem you have, you're a paranoia, you're obsessive compulsive, or you're depressed, or you are going to go kill somebody, or all that kind of stuff. Really, this is not, and people are not only worried about they are going to get licensed or not. They're going to say, okay, we have a mental health problem and we are getting licensed. But they are much more worried about it. After a year later, they want to change a job and they have documented somewhere they might not be qualified for many jobs. Somebody might want to join some kind of military service. Somebody might want to join some other service where all these things are forbidden and they don't want to access. So I honestly think that on the mental health care problem, we need to have a lot more discussion. We need to come up to something where we should not only, our top priority and our job is to be safety network for Californians. But keeping these people in higher risk might be also increasing more risk for Californians than to help them. So we really need to stress on this mental health thing, that how much they need to volunteer the information, how much we want to get information. If we find in any history somebody was doing something outrageously, we will also anyway flag that. But on substance abuse, I agree with you.
So additional information we're going to get from tomorrow regarding the physician health programs. I think it'll be instructive. Obviously, although we don't know exactly the time frame, we were given an estimate from Mr. Varghese to the year. We may have something from our task force on these questions. However, we have physicians in training and physicians practicing are saying, physician training are speaking out more to the fact that, hey, this is a real problem for us. It's affecting me. It's contributing to things like suicide and dishonesty and this and that. So my question is, with that background, what options do we have today, Aaron? There's a recommendation. So help us with this. We spent a fair amount of time talking about all the things before us, and I made my final comments just now. What would you say about our options?
Aaron, can I step in here?
Oh, please.
I would love that. Thank you.
The point of recommending the task force and asking the legislature and
the interested parties to let us go through this process, is we may end up not having even the questions that they're allowing under this legislation. We don't know. There are states doing a lot of different things with this. The task force will be able to have input, and that is important information for the board to have. I appreciate the concern on the timeline, and that's something that certainly could be adjusted. I think you'll hear from our experts tomorrow that having a safe harbor for people who are in treatment to not have to answer yes if they're actively in a monitoring program is a feature that encourages treatment. They're safe because they're being monitored. That's a feature we may want to consider for our applications. And so a task force and going through this process may actually get the interested parties who are trying to change the questions something that goes even further to protect the public, because people are getting treatment and not worried about having to disclose that to the board, and just care for our licensees and applicants to encourage them to get the treatment that they need so they can safely practice. So I want to make that point.
Thank you. Aaron, did you have anything to add to that?
Well, just in response to your question, Doctor, about
Thank you.
What the options, before the board are, I mean, you've got multiple. I'm not sure. First of all, this is why I love this job, because the debate and the conversation and just soaking everything up from you all is I really enjoy that. So thank you. I didn't quite hear like a real consensus on what the next step. I was listening earnestly. I wasn't able to find really, a super clear thread. We have the staff recommendation, with, also tempered by what Mr. Varghese said about, shortening the timeline and a couple of questions from board member comments along that, and certainly, support of the bill if the members are, it doesn't have to be, strictly speaking, an either or. You could support the bill and continue on with the, with the task force. That's an option as well. I wouldn't recommend any sort of an oppose, because I think that sends a signal that the board is not aligned with, because the board appropriately, and I appreciate this, cares deeply, as the staff do, cares deeply about getting this right. This is no small thing. And as Ms. Webb said, there's states that are doing all kinds of different, very innovative things. Some don't ask any of those questions. They have an attestation model where the application states, this is your professional obligation, that if you have something that's going on that's impairing your ability, your responsibility is to disclose it. And you say, thank you, I acknowledge, in essence, you acknowledge receipt of that in the course of submitting your application. So we want to get this right.
Thank you. Complex. May I have a motion?
I just want to clarify. I might.
Put some time on it.
Yeah, but clarify that this bill would eliminate the first question. It does nothing to the second and third questions, and we can have the task force. What I think I heard you say is the task force could proceed and take a look at those questions. And it's not setting in stone those questions need to remain. It's saying nothing. The bill says nothing about those other two questions, right?
The bill would only impact the first question.
Yeah. And so the task force could proceed. That's what I'd like us to do.
I said impact. Go ahead.
Support the bill to eliminate the first question.
Just to be clear, it would not eliminate the question completely. Yes, it would alter. We'd have to revise the question.
We could eliminate it.
I mean, I guess it would be an option.
Christina, clarify what you're saying again.
Hold on, I need to read it.
No.
The question
The board would be required to remove or significantly alter.
Yeah, sorry, so it's an or. We would have to eliminate it, yeah. Sorry, just wanted to clarify.
I'd move support.
See, I'm just going to take a patient advocate position here for just a second. And that position is going to be, right now, if I'm witnessing the board enforcement around substance use or all of it, and I'm hearing, okay, right now the application process, that we are going to remove questions, or I could go with the amendment and look at what that looks like. But if I talk about a condition or disorder that does not impair the applicant's ability to practice medicine safely, we remove that. From a patient advocate point of view, is that I will always be concerned when we remove requirements on our doctors at the front end, because it really does get watered down downstream as well, and how we enforce this stuff. So right now, I'm envisioning a future where we don't ask that question. Here's the deal. It's still going to come down to Ms. O'Connor in the second question to review what is going to happen in that application, unless we remove that part of it too, right?
So we may ask a different or more appropriate question. Do we have a motion on the floor? Do you have a second?
Second.
Correct. For the folks in the room and those on the phone, can I have a restatement of the motion so that it's clear in their mind with what they can respond to and what we're going to vote for?
Move support of the bill.
The support of the bill, all right. Okay.
I cannot improve upon Ms. Lawson.
Say that again?
I said I cannot improve upon Ms. Lawson's
Okay, okay. Comments or questions from those in the room?
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, you can do so by Dr. Hoggins. Our audio got disconnected. Give me just a second to reset it, please. Apologies to the public attendees there. We lost the dial-in connection for the audio here, so we're taking a quick break. I think I got it all restored, but we will pick back up in just a second. Dr. Hoggins said about 10 minutes actually, so we'll call it about 3:15. Thank you.
Let's go to WebEx for Bill 2164.
And thank you everyone on the line for your patience. Sorry for the echo. Thank you everyone for your patience while we resolve that WebEx phone dropout. First up here we had Alka Eri. Alka, you should be receiving that front.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Olga Airy from San Francisco. I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I've seen the worst side of our healthcare system. I watched doctors breach the medical standard of care, fail to diagnose a condition so easily diagnosed like heart failure, and then lie about it all as my sister died. I watched doctors place career preservation above patient care and safety. It's unfortunate, but when a medical error occurs, patients and families aren't given much information. We're left to fight for safe care for our families. All we ask for is to have transparency around information so we can make informed, better decisions for our families. With all the problems we have in healthcare today, I was surprised to see we are wasting time and money on legislation that is asking this board to revise a question about substance abuse on a physician licensing application. I don't see any issues with the board asking a potential licensee if they have a problem with substance abuse, or for a potential licensee to provide this basic information to their licensing board. The board should be asking these questions and posing these same questions on physician license renewal applications as well. This board's mission is to protect all patients. It's against the law to drive a car while impaired, so why are we trying to make exceptions for impaired physicians? I ask you to oppose this bill. Your job is to protect California patients and not help physicians hide their substance abuse issues from this board or their patients. Removing this question on substance abuse does indeed increase the risk to the public. When you give so-called safe harbor to impaired physicians, you do so at the expense of patient safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. That phone line cut out again. Sorry, attendees, please give me another second here. Apologies to the public attendees there. We did hear all of Olga's public comments there. Sorry for the feedback. Next up here, we have Kimberly Turbin. Kimberly, I'm gonna see if we keep this line going here, but you should be receiving a request to unmute. Hi, Kimberly, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Turbin, and I am from Stockton, and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I find it disturbing that there is legislation in place that is seeking to weaken the questions that doctors must answer on their licensing applications. The questions have already been revised. What is the need to revise them again? As a board whose mission is to protect consumers, I believe that you have every right to ask the questions as they are listed now. You have every right to know if a physician has a substance abuse problem. You should be asking this question on the license renewal application also. I feel that revising this question is giving the potential license an opportunity to hide their substance abuse issues with you. This does not help anyone. It doesn't help the physician, it doesn't help the public, and it doesn't help your staff. Please oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kimberly, for your public comment. Next up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric should be receiving a prompt.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Eric. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, Eric Andrist here. I am proudly not with Consumer Watchdog or the CMA. You're exactly right, TJ. I am a patient safety advocate, and this really irks me. We have too many doctors with mental and substance abuse problems as it is. Imagine if you start licensing doctors who come into the equation who already have these problems. I say screw it. I don't want anyone treating me who might have a mental or substance abuse issue. So you need to find out. That's your job. You're the board that protects us, or supposedly protects us. I just recently went in to donate plasma. I was asked if I had any mental issues, along with all kinds of other personal questions, such as whether I had had sex with someone of the same sex, just to donate plasma. I wasn't going to do surgery on anyone. This is not uncommon to make sure people are competent before they go into some endeavor while they're influencing the life of others. I guarantee that potential police officers are going to be asked if they have any mental issues. Look at the problems the police have as it is with crazy cops. How safe would you feel in our country if we couldn't ask cadets if they have any problems that would affect them being safe police officers? Or airline pilots. Do you want to get in a plane with a pilot with a mental or other physical issue that could limit his ability to fly the plane? And to take it even further, considering all the research we've done over the last few years, reading every accusation that comes out of this board, I think doctors should go through a mental evaluation periodically. Look how they complain about how stressful things are for them. They're overworked. They have too many patients, but we're supposed to just sit back and let them continue practicing when they could be developing mental problems that may have even started before licensure. There's a doctor who used to come to these meetings quite regularly who was clearly off. You revoked her license because of mental issues. You can't allow doctors to harm people and then worry about their mental capacity. That this is even on the table is ludicrous. Your job is to protect us from doctors, not allow doctors to practice who might not be capable in the first place. If a doctor is nervous or upset or fears seeking treatment because they have to answer a simple question of a governing board, automatically they're not mentally fit to practice medicine in the first place, if that small of an equation is going to set them off. This world is becoming ridiculously politically correct. Next, these doctors are going to be wanting different pronouns as they have to suffer from scary questions. That any states don't ask these questions is unconscionable. So don't turn to other states when they're not doing things that are protecting their people either. This board needs to know everything that could affect patient safety when granting a license and should be trying to get more information, not less. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Should be receiving that prompt. Good afternoon, Michelle. Looks like your line's open. Michelle, are you there? Looks like your line's open, Michelle, but we're not hearing you. I'm going to come back around. We'll go to Maria Barra Navarrete.
Hello, my name is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I am from San Jose. I'm a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. It really surprises me how much emphasis is placed on protecting the physician, especially substance abusing physicians. With a mission of protecting consumers, you as a regulatory board should have the basic information as to whether a potential license has a substance abuse problem. We, the public, the patients, won't have that information, but at a minimum, you, the board, should have this information. It doesn't stigmatize the physician. If a physician makes a choice not to practice in California because of a specific question regarding substance abuse, that is their choice. The Bar of California holds attorneys to such a high standard when it comes to these issues. Why should we not hold physicians to high standards as such? Substance abuse is a serious problem and has the potential to cause extreme harm and death to a patient. As serious as the issue is for the public and for the physician itself, the board must ask the questions necessary to have an answer that requires honesty. Significantly altering the question will give the physician an opportunity to not be honest about their substance abuse. This is not protecting the patients and a disservice to your physicians. Ask yourself this question: would you be content with having a physician provide medical care to you, your child, or your partner when knowing that they are under the influence of drugs or alcohol that impairs their judgment? Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we'll go to April Dozon. April, you should be receiving that prompt.
Oh, hello, my name is April Dozal from SEIU-CIR, the union that represents 10,000 resident physicians in the state and one of the co-sponsors of AB 2164. I want to clarify that it is our understanding that the impairment question would have to specify that applicants don't have to report conditions under appropriate treatment. While the board's data indicates licenses are not denied due to this question, it still creates a stigma. During their training, our members often hear from mentors that they need to answer the question in the negative or else they risk their license. This makes them feel that they can't seek care or they need to lie on their application. Regardless of whether or not their licenses are denied, the perception is that it is not safe to seek care because they run the risk of denial. Ultimately, we want this question to encourage treatment. This could be achieved by simply adding a phrase to the existing question that indicates they don't have to report conditions that are receiving appropriate treatment. We've tried to have this conversation for years, but we have seen no movement, which is why we are sponsoring this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Let's see, we got Marion Hollingsworth. Let me go ahead and say that request. Should be receiving that on your end.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marion Hollingsworth, Public Safety Advocate, Patient Safety Advocate. My concern is that this board is more concerned about getting more doctors back and licensed to practice in the state than you are about getting high quality doctors. It's like an impaired doctor is better than no doctor at all. Are you willing to risk your own safety or your family's safety on an impaired doctor? If the answer is no, why are you willing to risk California consumers? Your own statistics show a consistent yearly increase in doctors in the state. So claiming we are in dire straits due to a lack of doctors is flat out wrong. I read every accusation and discipline that comes out of this board, and as you already know, doctors rarely lose their licenses, even with repeat offenses. In this last few months, you had, for example, you had 2 anesthesiologists who were found working while impaired, and you allowed them to keep their licenses, trusting that they would be good and not offend again. This obviously puts more patients at risk and jeopardizes not only the risk of the patient, but of the patient's family. This board constantly forgets that your own mission statement says you are to regulate doctors in order to protect consumers. Please consider the safety of consumers more than you push for the right for just any doctor with any addiction impairment to get a license. Please reconsider your position on this bill and vote no in order to prevent harm to consumers by unsafe doctors. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Michelle Montserrat Ramos, I saw you disconnect and reconnect. Would you still like to make a comment? You can raise your hand if so. Okay, Dr. Hawkins, I'm not seeing any extra requests.
Michelle Montserrat is not on there. Oh, okay. So we have a motion to adopt Assembly Bill 2164, and it's been seconded, and we're ready to have the vote taken.
Hold on.
Oh, there more? Oh, okay.
Michelle, you just wrote. If you're on a phone line, you can press *3 in order to raise your hand that way. Give you a second to try to do that if you'd like. There we go, Michelle. You should be getting a prompt to press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Michelle, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hello, I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. I've been an advocate long enough to have been around when this board revised the wording on the licensing application, asking physicians if they have prior issues with impairment or substance abuse. The public had issues with the revision back then. I actually agree with Osteopathic Medical Board staff when they stated that the bill is misrepresenting the harm or misinterpretation of the question on the licensing application. This board's mission is to protect patients, and it is obligated to ask about any impairment or substance abuse issue that would not allow the applicant to practice medicine safely. The ability to practice safely is the core of the current question on the licensing application and is a reasonable question for this board to ask applicants. Also, the board should be asking the same question on the physician's license renewal application as well. As stated before, this board's mission is to protect patients. In order to do so, you need to obtain this information. To not request this information is going to put California patients at risk. The issue as stated by sponsors of this bill is that the question about impairment is stressful and causes the stigmatize around having a substance abuse condition. You have no idea the levels of stress and despair that comes with having your family member die due to grossly negligent care delivered by a substance abusing physician. I have firsthand experience with this issue as it happened to me. My husband died following a botched surgery, untreated surgical site infection, and ultimately septic shock at the hands of a substance abusing physician. I was beyond despair. Yes, I survived his tragic death, but only through advocacy. The Uniform Standards for Substance Abusing Healthcare Professionals in California is a law because of my late husband-to-be story, because of his political contributions to the state of California, and due to my advocacy. Your job is to protect California patients and not assist California physicians to hide their substance abuse issues from this board. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Your patience there working that out. This time, Dr. Alganta, no more requests.
Yes, Ms. Lawson.
I just want to make a comment or clarify, particularly for members of the public, what our three current questions read, and then which one would be affected by this legislation. The three current questions are you currently enrolled in or participating in any drug, alcohol, or substance abuse recovery program or impaired practitioner program? In other words, are you enrolled, are you actively participating in a program? That's the only question that is affected by this legislation. The two other questions remain. Do you currently have any condition, including but not limited to emotional, mental, neurological, or other physical, addictive, or behavioral disorder that impairs your ability to practice medicine safely? And the third question is, do you currently have any other condition that impairs or limits your ability to practice medicine safely? Those questions are not affected by this legislation. It's talking about the first one, which suggests to me that there's a correlation between your enrollment in a program and your ability to practice medicine safely. So anyway, that's why I'm supportive of this bill. We will continue to have our task force, as I understand it, regardless of whether we support this legislation, which is going to take a look at those two other questions. So.
Correct. Thanks for that clarification.
I have a point of question for Mr. Bone. As I read it, the question elimination only applies to when applicants are applying for a license, correct? It doesn't apply to other, because I know these questions are routinely asked on my hospital credentialing form and my insurance credentialing form. When I, see Blue Cross Blue Shield patients, Aetna patients, they ask me these same questions. It won't apply to those, right?
The bill only deals with the board's applications.
Anyone else? The roll call.
Dr. Balat?
Yes.
Dr. Dingra?
Yes.
Dr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Strong?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
No.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
All right. That motion carries. Thank you, members. Next, we are on to Assembly Bill 2860. This would update and extend the existing licensed physicians from Mexico pilot program into one that will last for approximately the next 20 years and include increasingly larger cohorts of physicians. Since the prior board meeting, staff have engaged in numerous productive discussions with the program sponsors regarding the board's support if amended position, including your concerns related to a funding model that relies upon philanthropic or nonprofit funding, the truncated enforcement process authorized by current law for these physicians, and to limit the board's role to its core licensing and enforcement functions. I'm pleased to report that we have reached agreement that addresses, I believe, the board's requests that are discussed on pages 5 and 6 of the analysis. We've also had productive conversations on a variety of related and necessary details that are also outlined on page 6 of the analysis. We seek board feedback and direction on any of those items or any other priorities that staff and the program sponsors should be working on as we continue to develop future amendments to the bill. As we do not have those amendments in print to discuss today, staff are recommending that we update the board's support if amended position as discussed on page 7. The suggested updated position relates to amendments for the fees that are typical for other physician licensees and to delegate authority to the staff and board vice president and president to approve moving us to support after agreement is reached on amendments that substantially address any board concerns and priorities and that avoid substantial implementation challenges or new costs that would significantly exceed the expected fee revenue. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Questions for the members? Questions or comments? The room?
Can I move staff recommendation?
Second. I'm sorry, my thanks for that. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Mr. Torres, I'm Mr. Torres. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I know I've been started on these 3 minutes, doggone it, Carrie. I just wanted to say the following before I comment on this, that working with your executive team staff has been and continues to be a very, very good, positive, constructive experience. And I would say that at this time, and I remember, I've dealt with this board in 1998, and all of those years until now. And I would say that right now you have the best board I've ever dealt with. You seem to have a balance of people who are very practical, who ask very good questions, which I think that we could reach agreement on a lot of different things. I hate to see you leave, Mr. Hawkins. I would ask you to extend those 60 days that you can stay as much as get as close to 60 if you can. Maybe make you emeritus member or something. But I think the chemistry that you have as a board has been just very, very positive. Reggie has made a difference because he has a very interesting management style, and it's been very, very constructive to the conversations. The only thing I would say on our bill right now is that we've incorporated everything that Mr. Bone has just stated. He did not get to see the version that I submitted to Ledge Council. We did make a change beyond these three. The UC, again, Aaron is a good example of working together. Aaron brought to my attention that the UC called him and were concerned that as a constitutional entity, they should not have any one of their medical school campuses mentioned in the legislation. Our legislation has UCSF currently going to do 6-month secondary peer reviews of every doctor. But because UCSF is mentioned in the legislation, they are troubled by that. And then on the practical level, UCSF said UCSF may not have enough doctors to review and do the secondary reviews as the program brings in more doctors. So we amended to take out UCSF specifically and indicate medical school or an approved medical institution with an approved residency program. UC has accepted that, at least in my conversation just before your board meeting began today. But the amendments will be in print for Aaron and company to look at. I do not believe that there are any other amendments that we have not discussed. I would ask you to consider taking the support. If you do support unless amended, no problem. I'm not going to be upset with that whatsoever. So I want to, again, thank you very much for being a very responsive board and beginning to recognize that your role is changing in the workforce composition. And I will tell you this now, and so you can anticipate this. We'll introduce Bill next year to set up a pattern process. Just real quick.
Time's up.
Just a process to move the medical board to agency. We don't think that being outside of agency makes sense. You brought up an issue earlier today in which you should have been working with HCI together. So on this issue.
Thank you. Additional persons in the room? WebEx.
The hand raising feature and the Q&A window are open if anyone would like to make a public comment. Give you a few seconds here to queue up. Not seeing any requests at this time, Dr. Huggins.
That's it for public comment, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you. So we have a motion to support if amended as a recommendation. It's been seconded. We can call the roll, please.
Dr. Bulat?
Yes.
Dr. Dingra?
Yes.
Dr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Jong?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. Next is AB 2864, which extends by 3 years the expiration date for the current licensees practicing through the Licensed Physicians from Mexico pilot program. At this point, the bill still requires an amendment to clarify the exact fee amount to be paid to make the extension effective and to provide for a deadline to make that payment. The agreed upon amount is $1,726.50, which is a 50% increase over the 2-year license fee, which is reflective of the fact that this is a 3-year license that is being issued under this program. Or, I'm sorry, the bill would extend it by 3 years. And staff believe this is in line with the board's direction. So therefore, staff recommended updating the existing support if amended position to address those 2 outstanding items. Happy to take any questions.
I move to adopt as recommended by staff.
Second.
Any additional comments from the members? Ms. Torres?
We've amended the bill already. We should have the amendments hopefully tomorrow. It carries 172650, and we put in a date of October 31st, 2024. We had the language ready to give to board, but the Ledge Council came back with 2025, and the date should have been effective October 31st, 2024 is when that 172650 would be paid for every doctor. So the only issue is, does the board staff agree to the date of October 31st, 2024?
Thank you. Any additional comments from those in the room? On WebEx?
The hand-raising feature in the Q&A window are open for anyone who wishes to make a public comment. Give you a few seconds to queue up. Not seeing any requests, Dr. Huggins.
Thank you. So we can call the question on the board's position.
Are you asking me to restate the motion, Doctor?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry. Call the question.
May I ask a quick question?
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
Dr.
no. Well, I just wanted to clarify. So the date changed from what to what? October? No, there was no date change. It was an error. It was a typo. What happened?
Mr. Torres was referring to a typo for a draft version of the amendments that did not make it into the bill. And so we just kind of ran out of time, given the timing of the board meeting. If the board meeting were a couple of weeks from now, I think we'd be having a different conversation with respect to this. And so therefore, the support if amended recommendation to give us the flexibility and the direction from the board to follow through with these things.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yes, you can take a vote down, Ms. Torres.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Dingra? Yes. Dr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Jong?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Sy?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Torres. The next bill.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
The next bill is AB 3030, which creates a disclosure requirement for physicians in various facilities to inform their patients when they are using generative artificial intelligence to create written or verbal patient communications. The wording of such disclosures is not dictated by the bill, so providers would have some flexibility on how to inform their patients. The bill is aligned with the Federation of State Medical Boards' recently published guidelines on the use of AI in healthcare. Accordingly, staff recommend a support position, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the members?
Question, yeah.
Dr. Thorpe.
So, Mr. Boone, is this legislation the result of some issue, or is this just to try to preemptively, I don't know.
I think it's the latter.
Preemptively?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I believe the legislator has some involvement with, I want to say something in UCLA. Maybe I don't know if Dr. Bolat's familiar with that, but I believe there has been some work in this area with respect to using that in certain practice settings. I think at UCLA, but I may be misremembering. But I think it's largely to get ahead of things, to make sure that that patients are aware. There is no organization that is sponsoring the bill, so it is the legislator themselves.
Dr. Bolat, do you have a comment?
Yes, and this is, I actually, a few meetings ago, brought this whole AI issue up, and it's moving full steam ahead, as you can well imagine. And the issue which we see, I'm thinking about, medical record documentation, which any case that I remember being an expert reviewer, you could always find something in medical record documentation. So it comes back to, so whose documentation is it anyway? But in the AI world, the idea here is the one area that there's a lot of background. We've created this idea that 24/7 your doctor could be available. All you have to do is send a message, right? And so some of the systems have looked at if something's in the request from the patient at 2 a.m. when an in-basket isn't being looked at, is there a red flag so that it can go to let's say a triage center. On the other hand, then are there ways in which I'd just like to know what my vitamin D level was, and the AI has the ability to read that. So I think that the piloting of this, it's not going to go away. I think it's going to be something that, I initially was very concerned and will continue to monitor it. But the pilots are starting, and I think that we just have to, as a medical community and as healthcare advocates and consumers, know, is this something that I'm receiving from my doctor or my doctor's health plan system? So I think that's going to be where the board can be really instrumental in patients can know that.
And Dr. Bolat, thank you very much for that. I was able to check my source. It was actually UC San Diego, not UCLA, but thank you that was very helpful nevertheless.
Right. We're actually piloting something with Epic.
Yes. And so back to Dr. Thorpe's question, yeah, I'm seeing in materials provided to me by the office that it is Epic in a partnership with UC San Diego Health, using ChatGPT, and some Microsoft services, and integrating that into practices. And therefore, I'm presuming then the legislators' awareness of those things, that they are trying to get ahead and make sure that patients are aware of, as the doctor stated, who they're communicating with.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the members? Can I have a motion? Dr. Mahmood? Okay.
Was the motion support?
Or,
okay.
Good. Comments from those in the room? Those on WebEx?
The Q&A window and the hand raising function are open. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please queue up now. Not seeing any requests, Dr. Hawkins.
Okay, Sandra, you can actually query us all.
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Dhingra?
Yes.
Dr. Helzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jong? Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
No.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Thank you, members. Bear with me one moment, please. Next up is Senate Bill 357, which establishes a temporary program to authorize, rather than require, physicians to report information to the Department of Motor Vehicles about their patients whom they have diagnosed with a condition severe enough to be likely to impair their ability to operate a motor vehicle. The board adopted an opposed position on this bill last year. Earlier this month, the bill was amended to update the guidance to physicians when considering whether to report their patient to the DMV. Previously, it stated that physicians may report a patient with, quote, any physical or mental disability, disease, or disorder that could affect the safe operation of a motor vehicle, unquote. Now the bill language authorizes reporting patients with, quote, any condition severe enough to be likely to impair their ability to operate a motor vehicle. Also, those recent amendments included a requirement for physicians to report immediately to the DMV a patient of driving age whom the physician has diagnosed as having a case of Alzheimer's disease or related disorders. If the board believes that these amendments resolve their concerns, then a new position would be appropriate. Otherwise, if the board's concerns are not addressed, The author's office and sponsor may appreciate understanding the board's current views of the bill, but no action would be necessary to change your position. Happy to answer any questions.
Aaron, do you know how this information is communicated? Remember figuring out forms that are very, very long to send to the DMV. Is it electronically? Is it paper? How user-friendly is it for the provider to submit this information?
So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for that, Doctor. So there is a delayed implementation that's in the bill, and looking at other legislative documentation, it appears that the delay is in order to provide the Department of Motor Vehicles some time to finish with some enterprise-wide software update that they are doing. And then once that is completed, then they will come up with something to comply with this. So unfortunately, that's the best I can tell you at this point.
Thank you. How are the members?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, anyway, we're dealing with really difficult stuff, obviously, today. But this is a problem that I know in primary care we've dealt with for years, not just in neurology. It's a constant process, and there's a balance to walk a lot of times here. And so I am not sure what is the right thing to do. I think there is, the neurologists have this perspective that, hey, if we don't have this adversarial relationship with our seizure patients, then maybe we can work it out and we can get them on treatment, and they'll be more likely to be compliant with their treatment, and they won't avoid coming to the doctor, so they don't avoid treatment, and therefore they're safer to drive. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, we're dealing with stuff. We're making decisions about things that on the law of unintended consequences in so many in this last bill about AI. Yeah, AI is here, but I think we clearly have no idea where it's going, and to make some edict about it at this point, there's likely going to be some unintended consequences there. In this case, I have concerns about this just because I'm not sure how much the negative, the idea of being reported is keeping people from driving that shouldn't drive. They're likely to develop episodes of unconsciousness. Just like I'm not sure that, reporting issue with your license, reporting an issue with your license is really helping you be more or less likely to be found to be a drug abusing doctor. I'm not sure that those correlate even. Clearly we don't see that. So I'm sorry to be talking because I really don't know what I'm talking about. I have to say I am frustrated about the.
Well, thanks for that. Thanks for your honesty.
Yeah.
I mean, more often than not, I find with my primary care patients, it's the family members that say, I'm taking your license, I'm taking the car keys, you're not going to drive. And sometimes we find out about that afterwards. Sometimes they ask us to submit that letter, and it's a heart condition. It's not in the area of the neurologist, is probably one of the larger groups. But people are living longer, more chronic conditions that affect their vision and their motor function, so it's a real issue. Not saying it's simple. Additional comments? Watkins?
Yeah. I think what makes it, and I share Dr. Thorpe's frustration, is that if this was a data-driven decision, it would be so much easier. If there was data that showed, okay, this is what happens, the Department of Motor Vehicles is showing us so many incidents happen with people that are impaired due to neurological issues, then this decision is pretty easy. But how society has done it right now is like what Dr. Hawkins was saying, is like, you take the keys away and the family decides. And I think until we have maybe more data, we can make a better decision.
we may not think about, this is medicine, whether this patient has a terribly weak heart, and they have a device that shocks them if they have a terrible rhythm that they'll pass out from. I don't know if those persons are really reported to DMV. I don't know if you know, Dr. Thorpe, anyone else knows. One could make the argument that, well, because they could have ventricular tachycardia and get shocked and they pass out, that perhaps they should be reported. I don't know if I've reported any of those people. So.
I have a question for Mr. Bone. Obviously, this is in the interest of public safety. Why is the enactment date 2030? Why does it take 7 years?
Well,
I believe it's because of that Department of Motor Vehicles project that is already ongoing, and there's some cost and work involved with that, and I believe they wish to complete that before embarking upon this new project.
Felix, that yep?
Yeah, I have the same question. Is also hopefully before the 2037 mandatory day, there need to be more careful study and definition, because I see a lot of senior patients. They are put on the Aricept, Namendin, they're perfectly fine. But then moving forward, if the primary care have to put a diagnosis, early Alzheimer or dementia, this guy is walking around doing part-time job, he can lose his license. So I think whoever doing this project needs to be very careful, more definition, what is really strictly not allowable to be driving a vehicle, not just mandatory, because also fiscal liability. I'm going to lose my license because I didn't report something, so I just say report you, okay? I think we need to be very careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Do we have a motion? What's the recommendation again, Aaron?
Not a specific one, Dr. Okay. Hawkins. So, if the board feels that they're still comfortable with oppose, in that this doesn't really move the needle with respect to the concerns that led you to an opposed position last year, then you don't need to take any action, and oppose will remain. If you feel otherwise, then neutral or something else would be in line.
Thorpe?
I move we maintain an opposed position.
Thank you. Comments from those in the room on WebEx?
The hand-raising feature in the Q&A window open. Anyone wishing to make a public comment? Go ahead and queue up in there. We'll give you a few seconds to queue up. Not seeing any requests, Dr. Hawkins.
If there's not another motion, that no vote is needed.
No votes required. Great. Thank you. Aaron? Mr. Bone?
We'll move on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yes.
We've come upon our final bill. Senate Bill 1468, the last one for discussion today. This requires each board that licenses a prescriber to develop and distribute informational and educational materials regarding the DEA's 3-day rule to help promote awareness of this prescriber option. In general, this existing federal regulation authorizes prescribers to dispense up to a 3-day supply of a controlled substance for the purpose of initiating maintenance and or detoxification treatment while arrangements are being made to refer the patient for other treatment. Under the bill, the board would be required to post these materials that we develop to our website, email them annually to our prescribing licensees, and email them annually to general acute care hospitals. And I would add that we will be receiving support from the department in the construction of these informational materials. And therefore, staff recommend a support position on this one, Mr. President, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the members? Thorpe?
Yeah, I've got a question. I mean, I guess, so just to be clear, Mr. Boney, so anyone prescribing a narcotic for a patient has to give them 3 days of buprenorphine, medically assisted treatment?
No, it's an option. It's an option under federal regulations that providers have. Now, there is some subtlety to it because this federal regulation requires the prescriber to comply with any state or local or other federal rules. So that's going to be taken a close look at in the development of the materials. There are some existing health and safety code sections here in California law that have some different requirements with respect to Schedule II drugs. Buprenorphine is a Schedule III drug, as I understand, and so it wouldn't necessarily be caught up in the Schedule II requirement, but I think methadone and perhaps some other medications that are used in medication-assisted therapy may also be on Schedule II. So, the reason for the support is that, it's a relatively small lift for the board. And the board has done a number of things in order to help, with, I think of the recent guidelines on controlled substances for pain and helping patients, in that type of a situation, effectively deal with, substance abuse. And the opioid epidemic is obviously devastating the state. So that's the purpose, that's the impetus behind this. There's other bills that the legislature is doing in order to, try to tackle, fentanyl crisis in various ways. And this is the one that, intersects with our work.
So just to follow up, so our role as a board is just to provide educational information to all of our licensees and certain acute care hospitals?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that if people don't do this, then that we take action against their license?
No, we're just providing them, we'll be explaining to them what the law is and what authority they have under this federal regulation to, exercise that option to dispense these medications.
So on the provider side, if I was this physician, I'd have a stock of controlled substance in my office to dispense, not prescribe, for 3 days. Is that correct, Aaron?
I understand the federal regulation speaks to dispensing. So how you might go about acquiring that to dispense it, I don't know, but.
And you wouldn't be required to. You would not be required to. It's an option to start someone on medication-assisted treatment, like over a weekend or a holiday period, until they can get to appropriate care.
Yeah, perhaps get them when you're in front of you. Yeah.
You see them on a Friday and they're having an issue that you need to help them with.
Isn't a point to avoid withdrawal symptoms that could result in death, because it might take you 3 days to find a bed?
Nobody dies from withdrawal.
I'm just asking, that's what I understood the authors.
I mean, except for benzos. No one dies from withdrawals from narcotics.
Okay.
No. But the point, it's not that it's not miserable and it's not good. I don't want that to be I'm not trying to say that it is. My concern is 3 days you can't get an appointment with a primary care doctor, a pain doctor. 3 days is not adequate time, is my concern. I mean, maybe that's the DEA's regulation says 3 days, but realistically, you give somebody 3 days, they're going to get 3 days and then they're going to drop off the cliff in 3 days. That's the way it works. And you cannot get in to see a primary care doctor, or you might be able to get into the urgent care. Are they going to give you narcotics? Probably not.
But Dr. Thorpe, this suggests they're already in contact with some physician who's prescribing this, right? I mean, and according to the fact sheet, it says that that clinicians have been left scrambling to help patients avoid a condition known as precipitated withdrawal. I have no idea what that means. Public health experts have identified increasing access to these medications part of what our response to the opioid crisis should be. So I guess this is the DEA rule. So I mean, we could debate whether 3 days or 4 days, but the rule already is 3-day supply.
Yeah, I think the bill is to comply with the DEA rule and not whether or not 3 days is appropriate.
It's not even compliance, it's to tell people
Awareness,
about it, right?
So yeah, exactly. It's not a compliance issue; it's an awareness issue.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to what Dr. Hawkins said. Yes, when I was reading this initially, there's a difference between prescribing and dispensing. And so with, let's say, what's happening in California with, let's say, the big CalAIM programs, they're talking about extended care. And there's a lot of meeting patient in place. And that means that really does impact a lot of our large homeless population, and people are actually going out with licensed vans and dispensing medication. Now, I'm just trying to understand this bill because medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, we think about that as buprenorphine, Schedule 3. And people, I would just take a different opinion, in the addiction medicine world, we do talk a lot about, and people actually precipitated severe withdrawal can lead to someone's demise, and that happens if they have a large comorbid conditions that, if untreated, can be problematic. I'm just trying to understand the authors, what this is really getting at. 1, 3 days is a very short period of time. And I could also conceivably see that a patient could go from Dr. A, then to Dr. B, and to Dr. C. And I'm not saying they're doctor shopping to get the meds, but they're waiting for those opportunities to get into some kind of treatment. So I'm just trying to understand the logic of what we're doing here, and I'm having a little difficulty.
The best I think I can offer right now, Doctor, is that they are intending, their aim is to raise awareness amongst prescribers of this existing option under federal law. There are caveats because you also have to comply with California law in the process of dispensing it, so it doesn't get to override. It has to be done in conformance with that. So that adds a layer of complication that will be worked out over the course of developing these communications. But this is just about awareness, increasing prescriber awareness of it, the efficacy of it, and and the questions that you raised are excellent, Doctor. And that would still be left to the prescriber's discretion on how they're gonna treat within the standard of care.
And I think just the message that I would say for our legislators and people that sponsor bills, the issue is if we, as the medical board, send this awareness out, I want to know how to apply it. What is this talking about? So I hope that in that discussion, it'll say, these are common circumstances that you may find yourself in. And I would really ask that we look at dispense versus prescribe in that language, because those are two separate things, at least from the Board of Pharmacy's point of view.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yeah, and I think the idea behind is, number one, bring the awareness for the physicians or prescribers. The second thing is giving them bridge between these 3 days. They can find their family doctor or find a doctor or a pain doctor, somebody get that, because a lot of doctors are going to be very reluctant and cautious about constantly giving this larger amount because a lot of people are getting in trouble. So this is a short period of time where people can be, as on said, that it could be risk to the life. So in 3 days they can find something else. And I think it's reasonable time.
So if there are no other comments, so this is a informational and educational material for prescribers of narcotics, federal 3-day rule, so Senate Bill 1468. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to support the bill.
Support?
Second.
Okay. Okay, comments or questions of those in the room? On WebEx?
The hand raising feature in the Q&A window open. When wishing to make a public comment, please queue up in there. Not seeing any requests, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you. Mr. Olders, can you take the roll call vote?
Dr. Bolat,
Yes.
Dr. Dingra, Dr. Helzer,
Yes.
Ms. Strong,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson, Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Sy,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Dr. Yip,
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 9, discussion and possible action on a new legislative proposal to allow physician and surgeon licensee to renew their license who fails to meet the requirements of Business Pressure Code Section 2097 to renew their license. Mr. Bone.
Thank you, members. First, a little background on this one. In 2021, the board was going through sunset review, and the law at the time required a physician to have 36 months of postgraduate training to qualify for a medical license. During that sunset review, the law was changed to allow applicants to qualify for a physician and surgeon license with 12 months of approved training if they graduated from a U.S. or Canadian medical school, and all other medical school graduates must have shown 24 months of approved training to obtain their physician surgeon license. At the same time, this law change required recent licensees to show 36 months of approved training at the time of their first renewal of their physician and surgeon license. If the licensee failed to do so, then their license would go into delinquent status and they would be unable to practice medicine. Today, staff are seeking board authorization to pursue a statutory change that will allow licensees who have not yet successfully completed 36 months of training to renew their license, provided they remain enrolled in an approved postgraduate training program. If the licensee disenrolls from their program, they would return to delinquent status. This proposal also includes a clarification of existing law to allow the board to issue an initial license to these licensees for 26 months. If the board approves this proposal, staff will finalize the language and distribute it to the legislature for their consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Just wonder how common this is, Ms. O'Connor.
Since the law just recently changed on this, and I say recently, I know 2 years seems a while ago, but renewal cycle is 2 years. So those who were first, issued a license under this new law aren't coming up for renewal until this year. So we're just starting to see these folks, come forward with these issues. So, we're in May, and so since those who've had to renew since January, we've seen a good chunk of folks come forward with saying that they don't have 36 months to renew. It's mostly those who did research after they were issued their license as part of their residency program. So it's going to be more common. We're going to see more and more throughout the year. I mean, if you look at the whole group of total licensee population, I mean, just to estimate, it's a small number. But, I mean, not to opine too much, but, given our state, the idea is we don't want to lose good physicians. So this is one of the basis of the proposal.
Great, thank you. Other members?
I move to support.
Yeah, I just wanted, if I could, just make a quick comment. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that I wanted to just bring, and I'd love to hear from my surgeons here, there are programs, it could be oncology programs, it could be surgical, surg-onc or whatever. And oftentimes, so I think people got caught in this because of the state change in legislation where they had to get their license, their PTL, then the time changed, and then they couldn't get their 36 months in, right? Because my understanding from the surgeons in the room that some programs actually don't have them, they're doing clinical research, but they're not necessarily getting those hours. And I don't know how common that is or what you know from your surgery world. That was just a general question to bring awareness to our team here at the board. how common is that, or how prevalent is that for surgeons in, some of those 5-6 year specialties to have the research ahead of time, but still integrated with some OR time? Anybody in surgery now?
At UCLA, there's an elective, used to be a mandatory research block, but now it's elective. So head and neck surgery residency is 5 years. There's an option for additional year of research. So you can go into research after your second or third year. So if you're 36 months and you go in second or third year, you're going to be a year behind. And that's why, I see it among the residents.
Some of our other members have some experience. Dr. Dingra, Dr. Hauser, Dr. Yep, do you have any experience with this? I know you're involved in training programs, so.
Yeah, sometimes in the internal medicine residency, they come from the transitional year somewhere else, and sometimes we give them a credit, sometimes we don't give them credit depending upon the program, and sometimes they end up having problems. And sometimes the step 3, they don't take it till the end. And if they flunk it at the last attempt, then they get stuck there. So those are the issues. I think we see it very commonly among the residents. And this newer generation is relatively very indifferent to that. They wait till the last moment to get these things done. So I think that's one issue which we face quite commonly, and I think this problem might help to solve this issue.
Dr. Hauser, do you have any comments, Dr. Hauser?
Thank you. I'm aware of residents who would be affected by this, and I would be supportive of this change.
And Dr. Yip, I'm not sure. I know you're.
Most of our specialty do it quite late, like the 4th year, 5th year. So, but certainly this trust really helps. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Can I have a motion? Oh, you did? Okay, I'm behind.
The motion is support from Dr. Tsai and seconded by Ms. Lawson.
Thank you. Comments or questions of those in the room?
Hello. My name is Lucas Evanson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Medical Association. CMA is unable to take a position on this proposal without seeing the language, but we support in concept. We are somewhat concerned with making a confusing process a little bit more complicated, but we generally support making the license process easy for applicants to navigate and reducing situations that place physicians at risk of being removed from practice for administrative reasons unrelated to their practice. But there may be some tension between the goals, those two goals in the new proposal. So that may necessitate some greater education or continued outreach from the medical board. But as stated earlier, we are not opposed to the proposal and support the concept, but want to be sure to avoid unneeded added confusion. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Those on WebEx?
The hand raising feature in the Q&A window open. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please go ahead and do so. I'll go ahead and queue up and to do so. Give you a few seconds here. Not seeing any additional requests at this time, Dr. Hodges.
I'm sorry, nothing? Okay, thank you. Ms. Struthers, can you call the roll call vote, please?
Dr. Bolat?
Yes.
Dr. Dingra?
Yes.
Dr. Hauser?
Yes.
Ms. Strong? Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tsai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes, the motion carries. The board will now recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Great work despite a lot of dialogue and discussion.